Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Alright, let me turn Discord up. I started streaming. Um,
Let me
I
open the
think I'd like.
chat.
No one's here yet, I don't think. Oh, it says 14 viewers. No one's
I'm gonna
chatted yet, I suppose.
retweet your tweet.
Alright. Hey, Pepsi Corp. Let's get the Dark Souls started.
And then when you're ready, make sure you stream on Discord as well for me.
Ah, right, yeah. Well, this'll give you a hint as to what I've been doing in my off time, I guess. In my recently played games is Space War.
Space War.
Yeah. Oh wait, have you ever? Oh no, you've never done what's
Oh,
it
is
called?
this?
Steamworks implementation, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
okay. I do know a little bit about this.
Yeah. I was working a bit on getting achievements into Iron Lung.
Right.
And I
Right.
I had was struggling with this bug for like 40 minutes. I'm like, why is this not working? And it turned out it's because I didn't have the right app ID. So I was like, it was doing the Space War app ID instead of Iron
Odd.
Lung. Yeah. All right, let's get this streaming on Discord. Right, see if that works. Whoops. No, let me tab out, please. Can you see it, Dylan? Dylan?
Yes. Can
Oh,
you hear me?
okay. Yeah, I can now. Oop,
Yeah. I
did it
wonder how
freeze?
funky this is because I'm also trying to bake maps while doing this.
Oh! Right. Now, where were we?
You said you did some stuff off stream.
Yes, okay,
I
that's
can't
right.
remember.
So I did a little bit off stream, but I didn't progress anywhere. All I did off stream was basically level up some things. First of all, I have made my guy awesome looking. He now looks like a ring wraith, which is completely my style. Second of
Good.
all,
Good.
yeah. Second of all, I have upgraded the Silver Knight spear, and I'm gonna try doing a. I don't want to say I'm gonna completely do a different thing, but I'm gonna try to do more than just great sword plus rolling, because that's kind of boring. That's what I'm used to doing. I think it's gonna be a little more fun if I try and branch out and try some other things like the spear.
That sounds good.
Yeah, and I did upgrade the rapier as well. And did I do anything else? Yeah, I think that was basically all I did. It was just some busy work essentially. So I'm also going to mess around with shields a little bit more, because again, that's something that I haven't actually done much of, and I think that would be fun. It's like, yeah, it seems like a really nice spear, although it basically just tickles the Silver Knights. Does this have the same thing going on where it's like pierce? You need pierce damage to get through armor.
Well, you are using pierce damage with a spear.
Oh, is this
I
pierce damage?
or it's
No, that's
thrust in this
thrust.
game.
Okay.
I forget what's weak to thrusting or not, but yeah, all their games pretty much have that element in it.
Okay. So, you mentioned on Twitter we're probably going to do the painted world, which I think was one of the things that I needed to take care of. There's a whole bunch of. Well, I don't even know if it's. Whoa. Okay then. I don't even really know if it's side content. But there's a whole bunch of uh, other stuff, like the painted world. I got to go back and get my revenge on the bigger asylum demon. So we're gonna do a bunch of that stuff. on stream today.
Left it kind of open because I was like, oh, it kind of really just depends on where you're gonna take us.
Yeah.
'Cause, yeah, there are a lot of options of what you can do at this point in the game.
Yeah. So I'm gonna.
Including dealing with this butthole.
Yeah. So I remember. Okay. Wow. That's not how. I'm gonna try just bum rushing him. That doesn't really work either. I think I have time for a heal though. Yes. Oh, hello.
Yeah. Now he's at the stage where he starts. There you go. You got one head.
Yeah. I do not like that attack. Can I run into the water? That's...
Yes, but be very careful. In the middle is a spot where the water...
right as you said it. I was hoping for... Yeah, actually, I've got a whole bunch of stuff saved up for a Steam Jank stream. We do need to do... we need to do one of those at some point here. Whole bunch of free stuff, too. Hi, Kraken. Everyone say hello to Kraken. Hi, Kraken. Say hello to the people. Okay, bye, Kraken. And I also, there are two games, two, like, unknown indie games that, I want to be playing. One of them is, what is that? Nightmare of Decay, which I guess isn't really unknown. A couple of people have found that one.
Are you intending on going back to the Hydra, or are you going elsewhere?
I'm not sure. Let me see where this is. Right, Drake's. Okay, let's go back to the Hydra. I was just operating on autopilot. Nightmare of Decay is one that has popped up and a lot of people seem to like. I played a little bit of it and I determined at the very least it was not an FPS creator asset flip, which I thought it was at first.
I bought it, but I haven't loaded it up.
Yeah, the little bit I played was like, okay, this could be a fun little thing. We'll see how it holds up. I also have, what is that? Cubes and Knights or something like that. It's a very unmemorable name, but it's like a roguelike first-person hack and slash with destructible environments. And I played a little bit of that too, and that actually seems pretty fun. I don't know if I'll stream either of these, but both of them seem like candidates for jank curation also. Project Crypt. No, I didn't see that. What is it? What is this Project Crypt? Project Crypt you speak of? Also, in a previous stream I mentioned I'd gotten to the Sword Wolf in the first time I played this game, but I think that's... I'm remembering incorrectly.
Great Wolf Sith.
What?
Great Wolf.
What'd you say?
Great Wolf Sith.
Yeah, or the Sword Wolf guy. Yeah, I thought but I think I'm remembering wrong. Oh, no, we're not rolling. We're using shields. I think I'm remembering that wrong. I think I got to here. I think this is what I remember, is seeing the I remember seeing, like, a boss off in the forest and going up to, like, this castle walkway instead. And I remember these crystal guys. So I might have been remembering that wrong. I'm trying to project. Oh, you know what? I don't think I saw that suggestion, but I think I actually saw that game in my discovery queue today and did wishlist it. So I will give it a look. Okay, let's go kill the Hydra. Okay, yeah, rolling is not gonna... I think... Okay, yeah, shield does work.
More to the left, so there's a bit more leeway in the water.
Yeah, that makes sense. Those souls are a trap. I'm not gonna go get them right now. Come on. Come get me.
I can't remember if the iron ring makes it so you can walk normally in water.
I think it does. That would be useful here. Okay, I see. So if I block one of those, I can kind of tank it with the shield, but if there's more than one, not so much.
You really have to get close enough where he does his head slams.
Yeah. Which is this? Well, these aren't physical attacks, so I think I'm gonna... Oops. Maybe...
Yeah, the difficulty in this fight is getting to him.
Yeah. No, that's... Oh, I pressed the wrong button.
Remember, the water is shallower on the right side.
Yeah.
It curves off into the deep end much sooner on the right side.
There we go. Oh, okay, the slash was a little... Oh, cool, I got that. Yeah, I wonder if I can circle around. Oh, I see where it... I can see it in the water there, where it... Ooh, that was not close enough. Where it drops off. Can I heal, please? Thank you. I can understand quitting at Ornstein and Smo. I don't know if you were here for last stream, but it took me, what, a good 3.5 hours, I think, to beat them?
Yeah.
And I only ended up beating them finally because I ended up using the Solaire summon.
They are challenging indeed.
Yeah. I think probably I could have beaten them on my own, but it would have taken more time, and yeah.
You got really close a couple times.
Yeah, I think I could have done it, but probably, like, if I were playing this just on my own time, I would have taken a break for the evening and then come back the next day and probably would have gotten them then. But I didn't want to do that. I wanted to finish the stream beating them. Am I close enough? No, I am not. Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
this is one of those things where unlocking is gonna
Yeah,
be
that's what I think I'm gonna do. Okay, but I do have to hit the heads, not the neck. Oh no! Oh, that was...
So you went too far.
Yeah, that
forward.
was totally my fault. I was not paying enough attention. So, Born and Dog, I actually kind of liked the boss once I got used to it. I feel like this is... Whoop, wrong way. This is something that happened in Elden Ring a couple times with me also, is that I actually really liked the first phase. I thought the first phase was pretty fun. The second phase was what kind of... I don't know, I wouldn't call that as fun for me. I think that's another boss where I feel for me it would have been perfect if it was just the one phase. That would have been very satisfying. But having it like the second phase, that was maybe a little much. Hello, Decknull.
Sounds like coward speak.
Yeah, that's fair. Alright, so we gotta get through these guys, which I may try two-handing. See if I can kill them faster. Oh, right, okay. I forgot that two-handed attack with this is a stab instead of a swipe. Which oh yeah, the Kato Demon shirt. Here, let's see. Kato Demon. I love it. My wife was one also. Oh, you did? Oh man, I abused Sleep Pots and Mimic Tier to beat Godskin Duo. I was not gonna mess around with that. Did you get to them yet, Dylan?
Nope, I'm still dealing with the massive area that is consecrated to Snowfields and Mogwin Palace.
Yeah. Areas that I did not even do after spending over 100 hours on the game. That game is just out of its mind huge. Oh, double attack. That's a cool attack. Oh, how did that miss? This dude's leveled ADP, apparently. Yeah, Godskin Duo was whack. Yeah, I did not fight Melania. I got to... I think I've talked about this already, but, like, I was just kind of a little fatigued. I was kind of ready to play something else. I knew there was still cool stuff to see, but I felt like I really wanted to finish the game. I didn't want to have it hanging as another, like, game I haven't finished. So I decided to just go for the end and skip some stuff.
I'm definitely gonna kill Melena. Like this.
You got to at this point. Yeah, I have. Yeah, I have thought about going back and fighting her. I want to see what the hype is.
All my like non-Skulls friends have started beating her because I haven't had any time to play the game.
Oh no. We can't have that.
And I'm like, I'm not gonna let all of you guys like have the satisfaction of beating the hardest boss and then not do it myself.
Yeah. Can I get a twofer? No, I cannot. Although, possibly in another case I might be able to. Like here? No. Okay, it's just one. Okay. Maybe it's unlock time?
That, Let Me Solo guy got his 1,000th kill of her on stream.
That's just the best. I love the fact that, like, a legendary hero can exist in these games like that. It's so cool.
And apparently it was, I didn't watch the stream myself, but apparently it was a very close one, too.
Oh, really?
It was a nail biter.
So the heads just kind of disappear, huh? They don't...
Yeah, they just explode.
I see. Okay, I wonder if he'll still attack back here. Seems like it. Oh, come on. It's so hard to judge distance.
Especially in the water.
Yeah. There goes that head. What's with health like? Pretty low. Oh, I have a thought here. Did I get it? Oh yeah, I did. He's almost dead. I wonder...
I think just go for the last hits. I don't want you to... Okay, yeah, I guess that works too.
Did that work? Yes, it did work.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought you were gonna try and throw it at the body. I'm like, you're gonna drown.
There we go. I got some stuff for that. Nice.
Didn't want you to drown.
Oh, hey, there's a ladder there. That was a fun boss. That was definitely pretty simple compared to the last boss I fought, which is not a bad thing. I didn't get the arm for it. Was I supposed to get an arm? What did I get?
You don't have the arm, as in you can't throw the fireball.
Oh, I see. Extra magic casting. Okay, does that let's see if that counts. I think it counts that because I just used one. So if I put this back on, yeah, okay. So it does count pyromancy. And wait, what else did I get? It was armor, right?
Dust crown, I think. But no, you got the dust ring and something. Fuck, I wasn't paying attention. I thought it was some sort of crown. Oh, dragon scale. You got a dragon scale.
Oh, okay. Cool. Well, so much for the Hydra. Oh, and some souls. An immersive sim. That's cute. Yeah. Now, when you say should increase your casting range, do you mean that that's what it's supposed to do, or do you mean that they should have designed it that way?
That would be funny.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't do that.
Okay. Look at this cool mossy ladder. I have moss on the mind from working on the caves. I did a little mossy section. Oh, did you check out my changes? I added the always necessary frog sounds. That
no, I want to hear them though.
Yeah,
definitely will check it out.
Yeah. All right, so
I'm just trying to get a build together for QA because they're like, we need it now. I'm like, I know. I'm trying.
Visions of Snake. Yeah. Soul of a Brave Warrior. Okay, cool. I love areas like this in this game. The really like dingy, sort of blurry, misty areas.
Yeah.
Wait, is this finally? Is this how I? Maybe not. There's that one pickup that you can see when you come into Darkroot Garden that I have not figured out how to get to.
Yeah, I know the one you're talking about.
Yeah.
You'll see it.
Yeah, narrator way. I think so far Darkroot is my favorite place also, just entirely for... Okay, goodbye. Entirely for the vibes. I love how Darkroot Garden feels. It's like one of the cool... I think it's one of the coolest feeling, like, forested areas in a game like this that I've played.
I love those, the glowing lamp plants.
Yeah.
There's just something very whimsical about it. Have you met Shiva? Shiva of the East? More like Shiva the Deceased.
I don't know if I've met Shiva, actually. I don't remember the names to anyone in this, except for Solaire, because he has Sun in his name. Oh no! More than just... Oh, okay, that one you can't walk around, apparently. Yeah, I did get him.
Behind you.
Yeah. Kind of hoping... I was hoping to get both of them, but... Oh.
They're multiplying
Yeah. Also, I really like this enemy. The design. It's kind of simple. It's just, grass guy, but I don't know. I really like it. I am low on Estus. Like, look how cool this looks. It just feels so... It just feels perfect.
It's very dreamy.
Yeah. So, excuse me? Excuse me? Hi.
That guy's having some...
That guy's fat rolling.
Having a time.
Yeah. Oh, jeez. Oh, I went for the parry, and that was a bad idea.
Oh, no.
Alright.
Has he been to this spot before? No, he hasn't.
Do I want to know?
Well, just those guys, hunt you down.
Ah, gotcha. Forest hunters, is that what they are?
Indeed. Finally, the bake is done.
Oh, good.
That's 1 out of 3 maps.
So I was playing some Resident Evil Remake on the Switch, and it really reminded me how similar some aspects of this is.
With Dark Souls?
Yeah. And it would be really cool to do a, like, fantasy survival horror game.
Yeah, that's like a very untapped kind of
Yeah.
area.
Like a dark fantasy, like, like a world sort of like this, but it's much more literally a survival horror game, but with, like, melee combat. Of course, the like, I've always thought the shoe-in design that I should probably make someday would just be, you could literally take Condemned and just, like, take that combat feel and setting and stuff and reinvent it as, like, a survival horror game, and that would work really well.
That'd be so good.
One of them was... Eternal Darkness is kinda, yeah. Eternal Darkness is also... I don't know, it's not really survival. I mean, it kind of is, but I'm thinking, like, mechanically, very, very, like, Resident Evil, or even Silent Hill, or, like, very resource management focused. Eternal Darkness is definitely not scary. I've actually been playing that off and on with Evan and Johnny, because sometimes we get together for game nights, and we've been playing that. It's a neat, fun little game, but it's definitely not scary. It's very goofy. But the sanity mechanics are a fun gimmick, for sure. Yeah, it's one of those... I feel like it's one of those games that it's very easy for, like, a publication to be like, oh yeah, throw that on the scariest games of all time because of the sanity mechanics. Like, one of those things. But yeah, it's not a scary game.
Man, that is such an asshole move to make it so you have to walk past that tower.
Mm-hmm.
Like, look, or the bottom of the bridge. It's like an inch thick.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of Eternal Darkness, Dylan, have you ever played that game?
I have not.
Okay, so, did I go over here? Or was this...
You're heading towards your souls.
Okay, that's the part with the demon creature that I don't want to deal with yet. I should probably kindle that fire. We'll see if I die again. And anyway, so it has some of the most aggressive your weapon hitting the wall like this game has. You know how you can hit the wall with your weapon? Eternal Darkness has, like, probably the most aggressive implementation of that idea that I have ever seen.
Boy.
It's like there there are weapons that just straight up, if you were in a hallway that's too small, you cannot use this. Every single time you slash,
Oh,
it
no.
just bounces off the wall. Yeah.
Is it designed around that, or is it just sort of like an endlessly frustrating thing?
Where I encountered it, I have not played the whole game yet, but where I encountered it, it was like, it was kind of neat actually. You had, I think I recognize over there. You had like a smaller sword that did less damage and a larger sword, but the larger sword would hit the wall in that area.
Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
that's cool.
It's a pretty neat little game. It's worth, I think, playing. You know,
Man,
if you want something.
I saw your souls, but I think you ran around them.
Yeah, I think I ran past them because I am an idiot. Oh, they can destroy those bushes. That's cool. Gonna try and do a quick heal here. Ah,
Punished.
yeah,
Try to do an Elden Ring
yeah.
quick heal.
Can I get? Okay, that did actually work fairly well. But yeah, if you want like a neat little survival horror adjacent game from that era, it's not a bad choice from what I've played. It has a lot of really creative ideas. Okay, I'm gonna go back and get my souls. Yeah, you play multiple characters through different time periods. So the part I just got to, you're playing. Let's see. I think you're in like it's like Prince of Persia style. You know, it's like that whole like Arabian Nights deal. And then so you're like a guy with a sword, and then
Oh, I
previous.
see your souls.
Yeah, and then previous to that, I was like, there was a point where I was using like a blowgun as a weapon, and I don't know. It has some cool stuff. It has the you remember in Ultima Underworld how you actually had to create spells with runes? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, ooh. Oh, I can't see. There we go. Okay.
You're gonna want to space a great sword like that.
Yeah.
Way more. You're not a Black Knight sword user anymore.
Yeah.
You're gonna lose those trades.
Oh, that was so close.
There we go.
Yeah. Just gotta get the parry. Oh, shoot. Okay. Poke. Oh, why is it transparent? He's a ghosty man. Interesting.
Forest Hunter. Ghosty Forest Hunter, man.
Wait, Ark's Insanity mod? What is the Ark's Insanity mod?
I've heard of it, but I don't really know anything about it. It's like an overhaul mod.
Okay. Well, that's intriguing.
I don't know what it's overhauling though.
Yeah, I feel like that could go either way. Oh, hey! Bye! That worked out well. I have, like, no Estus left, though, so...
I love Arx Vitalis. It
Yes.
does fall apart at some point though.
Arcs of Fatalis is fantastic, but does fall apart in a few key areas.
It's yeah, it's. Oh, you lost the items. You lose the items if they roll off.
Oh, really? Oh.
Don't they just spawn like at the? Oh, she has drops. Okay. Oh well.
Oh, hello.
I don't really remember what she drops. Yeah, I thought like if you come back to this area, the items will be on the floor where they spawned. That's usually what they do.
This is not going well. Oh, I can't jump over that? What?
Yeah,
From
this
Software.
isn't Elden Ring. What are you talking about?
Well, I did the jump though.
Yeah, but that's such a dinky jump.
Yeah, it really is. Shoot. Oh, the other one's there. Or no, that's a different one.
And
Is that me falling off?
Now
Yeah, okay.
it's your turn
My
to
turn.
fall off.
Yep. Ferris hat. Okay, so how much humanity do I have? I have not fed the nubile spider lady much humanity. I have 13. I'm gonna kindle this fire. Get a little bit more Estus. Alright. Was this the way? No. Yeah, I don't know why... Well, I guess I do know why, but, like... I've seen some people, like, complain really bitterly about streaming Dark Souls. Now, it's, like, the absolute worst, and they never want to do it, or they never want to do it again, or whatever. But I feel... I don't know. I think that this has been a really fun game to stream so far, because there's so much stuff that has happened that would not be as entertaining if there weren't other people to, like, witness it. Like, just some of the, some of the, like, insane stuff that happened while I was fighting Ornstein and Smo with, like,
Yeah,
you know, like
getting hit when you're entering the arena.
yeah, or like, him just, you know, Sonic dashing, or Ornstein just, like, Sonic dashing his way toward me around pillars.
Yeah.
Or getting pancaked with the hammer from off-screen. Like, stuff like that. Oh. Well, the big crystal guys don't stagger very much.
I don't know, it's like everything, there's always gonna be someone whose opinion is like, I don't know, just... Everyone's got the hot takes now. And,
Yeah. I mean, some of it, like, I've heard it's, like, really annoying because people backseat game. Which, I don't know, I think I'm a lot less, bothered by, like, being told what to do than a lot of people, so I'm not really a good judge of that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you can make a rule, like, don't backseat game and warn people if they try to do it, and most, like, 99% of the time people will be like, oh, okay, I won't do that anymore.
And admittedly, like, my streams are tiny, too. Like, maybe it would be a different story if it was, like, I had, you know, 2,000 or 3,000 people watching me, or, like, Germa numbers for, like, holy crap.
God, did you watch Germa play Thief a little while ago?
No. How long ago was that?
A couple weeks ago. Maybe a
No,
month.
I didn't watch that. I wonder if it's... Usually I don't watch him stream live. I watch either the, his, like, edited highlight stuff or the, like, stream archive on YouTube.
It was so funny.
That sounds like it would be funny.
He broke Thief in every single way you can possibly imagine, and it just had, like, such a fun time doing it.
That sounds amazing. I mean, he's just a... Like, he can play anything and make it entertaining. He's just a very entertaining person. I imagine that something like Thief, where things can go unexpectedly and horribly wrong, would be incredibly fun. I'm gonna have to watch that.
Yeah, just like people will be like, no, you're supposed to play this like a stealth game, and he'd like grab a civilian's body and put them in a fire, and they just like, you just hear them unconscious, like, ugh, just burning to death.
Oh, that's
like,
amazing.
Oh my
Okay,
God,
yeah,
so good.
I gotta watch that. I've been watching his streams while I work on stuff. I love how just about every single stream is just a prolonged, psychotic breakdown.
Yeah. so funny.
Yeah.
Loved it.
Yeah, I will definitely watch that then. I think Iron Lung, of course, I watched live, and I was shocked at how quickly the chat moved, and how many people were watching. Like, 'cause, you know, usually I'm just seeing the YouTube videos, like the on-demand videos or whatever. Let's see, I'm gonna have to figure out where my souls went. Probably over this way. And so it's just like, wow, how would you, like, you would just have to randomly... Oh, those must be the items that people were talking about. You just have to, like, see random comments as they pass by. You wouldn't be able to see any specific names or anything. And it was on slow mode, also.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. That, the whole live fixing, his game was Twin Humanities. Okay. Oh, there we go. Oh, hey, that's a fun hat. So I've been doing this whole indie dev thing for a few years now, and I don't get quite as scared with people like playing my games as like, you know, I remember when I first started out having anyone playing and streaming my game, like even if they were doing it for like 10 people or whatever, it was like terrifying. And I'm kind of used to that now, but that moment where he died and then loaded back in, and I knew immediately that he was soft locked. That was just like icy cold dread. It's just like, oh no.
That it is. I had the same experience watching people play the Gloomwood demo, which just like anytime they do something and just completely mess something up, or like the AI would bug out or anything like that, I would just be like, I can't watch this anymore. It is too painful.
Gosh. Yeah, that's always pain. But like, it was like, I haven't felt that feeling in a while of like just having something go horribly wrong with that many people watching. But it turned into a hilarious moment, so.
Yeah, I don't know any devs who would jump into stream and like hot fix the game while it's being streamed.
Yeah, well, it was like, I was like, okay, what can I even do? And so I just, like, the only resource I have is a, you know, moderately large Twitter following. So I was just like, I guess I'll just tweet about this and see what happens. And then he noticed it, and I'm like, all right, I guess my Twitter is a live hotfix for the next, you know, 10 minutes.
That's so funny.
Yeah. Yeah, it was very good. And as it was happening, I was like, I can tell this is gold. Like, it was like, this is, like, amazing. Ha! There you go. What can your magic do now? Yeah, and you just blew bubbles.
Blue bubbles. Such a Germa fucking thing to do.
Oh, I know where this goes. I know where this goes. Can I open that?
Can't remember if you can open it from the other side. I hope so.
Nope. No, guess not. That's a shame.
Mean, you have the 20,000 souls to buy the item to open it.
That might be worth it. I don't know where to buy it from, though.
Andre sells it.
Oh, does he? Okay. Well, it'd be really easy to get back to him if that door was open.
Yeah.
First, I'm gonna clean out all of these random forest people. Yeah, I have range. Oh yeah? Oh yeah? That's what you're gonna do?
Oh yeah, he tried. He's
Yeah.
trying to heal.
Ain't gonna work! Is that a boss man? Let's find out. Hi.
Ooh.
No, I have not fought Doggy Man yet. There. believe that's what Chuck E. Cheese refers to as poggers. Poggers!
Chuck E. Cheese.
Talk? Hello!
Is it not so that thou art new?
You are just straight up the Cheshire Cat.
But cometh thee not for the grave of Sir Artorias?
Ooh, Artorias, okay.
My advice true. Forget this. The legend of Artorias art none but a fabrication.
I don't believe that because there is DLC with his name on it.
'Tis but a fairy tale.
Have you played the DLC, cat?
Yeah.
Looking for nothing.
What is here to... Oh, shoot. Okay, I'm gonna wait for chat to
I don't remember what you're supposed to answer here.
say yes. Okay.
Well, indeed, thou art a strange one. Nevertheless, I feel some liking for thee. I'm Alvina of the
Alvina.
Dark-Root Wood.
Okay.
I command a clan of hunters who track down defilers of the forest creatures.
I think I killed all of them.
Oh, yes, I believe we...
I mean, I like this forest a whole lot. I'd be cool with killing people who defile it. So, can I join multiple covenants?
Oh.
No?
I'd probably say yes, because, you won't be able to say yes in the future.
Okay. Can I rejoin the Spider Lady in the future? I mean, I don't even know what that one does. I don't know what any of these do.
Yeah, you can rejoin them.
Okay, I'll just say yes.
I am very glad.
Yeah, I hear that. Sure.
So, if I recall, this covenant has you
And here,
invading other people's world, who are in the,
it allows
yes, okay, so you put on the ring, and, you invade other players who are trespassing in the forest as a hunter yourself.
That is
Which
amazing.
Unfortunately, we can't do because the servers are still offline.
Yeah. That's a shame, because that actually sounds like a covenant that I would love to be part of. Just be like, nope, you're not going in my forest, and just kill people who come in the forest. I like that. That's something that...
That dude you passed is a merchant, by the way.
Yeah, Chunky Zamboni. Yeah, also this cat is amazing. I don't know why nobody has ever told me about this before. It's like weird crocodile floof cat. Yeah, Chunky
And
Zamboni.
this is Shiva, the East.
Oh,
Let's teach you the clan basics now.
okay.
As there's no time to except there is little in the form of a root, fight and fun is allowed. Whoever only don't forget, that's about don't worry. Is it great to have you with us?
Okay, so absolutely do not accidentally attack any of them.
He is one of the clan, always slinking in the shadow. You'll see what I mean. Huh.
Buy his
I think
wares.
I forget which one sells. I think the one in the back sells stuff. Okay, never mind.
Kill Ninja for Cool Ring. I am not... They made it very clear that there would be no forgiveness from the weird pumpkin cat.
The pumpkin cat.
Wow, there is a whole lot to Darkroot Garden. Oh, there's the Mushroom Men! Okay, I'm not gonna... I've heard that they are actually quite deadly, so I am not going to deal with the Mushroom Men yet. I would like to open up this shortcut, actually. Just has things, okay. Oh lord, are they coming? Yeah, we're gonna leave that for now. I'm gonna actually... I might actually use a... No, that's a limited resource, never mind. Mushroom men are not the... Okay, well, either way, I want to get this shortcut opened.
The Mushroom Men are interesting enemies because if you respect their space, they're quite easy. If you underestimate them because of their kind of like goofy looking nature, they will absolutely fucking kill you.
That is good enemy design. Having an enemy that looks stupid and cuddly, and then having it just own you. How many of these bushes are there?
It is a forest, David.
Okay, fair enough. Oh, that didn't count as here. There we go. Purple moss. Wait, there are Mushroom Men video games? It's a Japan thing, right? Excuse me!
I was just gonna chomp on your brain for a little bit.
Let me out! Let me out! Hear one behind me. Poke, poke. Oh my goodness, so many. Oh, I'm out of stamina. Okay, we are gonna heal. Is that... I think that's where I came down here, isn't it? I think. Oh, there we go, some more armor. Okay, yeah, that's the... okay. So I do actually want to go back down there, because I'm going to, make my way back to Andre and buy that item. Isn't there a ladder somewhere around here? Ah. Out of my way, branches! Oh my.
Oh no.
I think that was almost the soft log. Is that an item I'm seeing over there? What is that? Oh, it's one of the plant... Oh, and there's one over there, too. Might as well get the purple moss. I have a bunch of souls I should spend also, if I can. Yeah, it seems it's very... I'm definitely having an easy time getting lost here. Oh, no, that's where I tried to go around before. That didn't work. And... aha! Alright. And that's the way to the, whatever that thing was. Looked like a death cat.
Yeah, the thing you probably don't want to fight when you have like 30,000 souls in the line.
Yeah, it looked like something I don't want to fight. I was just seeing if the sun had god rays or not. Death cat is a good...
God, Forbidden Woods in Bloodborne is like suffering compared to this place.
Oh, really?
That place is like so fucked up. That's a zone that's like it's woods and like swamps and just awful enemies all wrapped into one.
Are the swamps poison?
No, actually. But they do have giant balls of snakes and dudes with cannons that one-shot you, and
Oh dear.
just yeah, that place is just evil. I really like the shaded wood in Dark Souls 2. The groaning trees is great.
So wait, is there a poison swamp in this game?
Yeah, you did it already. It's Blighttown.
Is that really a I don't know, that wasn't really a swamp, was it?
How's that not a swamp? It's got trees and water at the bottom of it.
Were there trees in it?
Yeah.
Oh, fair enough then, that's a swamp. Okay, how do I get down there? I don't remember the trees. I just remember, you know, death. How do I get down there?
It's a switchback. You just keep going down.
Do I? Oh, I see. Okay, I thought that... Yeah. I thought that was, like, part of the rock wall.
Although, are you trying to get back to Andre? Or are you trying to level?
Well, I was gonna warp
Warp?
to...
God, I forgot you have the warp now.
Yeah, I am gonna level, though.
Make sure that you still have 20,000 souls.
Right. I am not gonna level, actually. I forgot about that. I don't know that Shiva did not want to sell me things. Oh no, nothing is Erd tree sized. I don't think there has ever been a tree in any piece of media that was Erd tree sized. Like, that is the biggest tree I have ever seen in anything.
If you go to Blighttown, there is a tree there that is not Erd tree size, but not a bad contender.
Really? I must not have seen it. I mean, I know they've got some big trees in this game, but like the Erd tree is just... It's like almost unfathomably large. Like, I keep forgetting how huge that thing is. Until I see it again. Tree of Might and Dragon. Okay, but Dragon Ball doesn't count. I don't know why. It doesn't count so that I can be right. So let's say that. Nice.
No, he hasn't seen Ash Lake yet.
Ah, okay, so there's another tree that's as big, is that what you're saying?
Like I said, I don't think it's Erd tree's big size. It might be taller than the Erd tree, but definitely not as wide.
Okay, so it's a... I mean, even being comparable is pretty darn impressive. That stupid thing right there. I need to figure out how to get that. I'll indulge myself one roll there.
Indulge myself.
Yeah.
Roll.
Well, I kind of want to figure out a different way to do stuff and not just, like, try to play this like Elden Ring. I should scope out the Blighttown tree at some point. Okay. There's a lot of stuff to do in this game. Holy crap.
All of their games are like this.
Yeah. Oh, it's the Crest of Artorias. Okay.
Shortcut unlocked.
Yeah. Okay, this dude should not attack me now because I'm part of their thingy. Hi.
Yep. They're like, I know you just killed me before, but we're cool now.
Yeah. Oh, that's fair. I haven't ever played God of War. Okay, I want to go meet the Mushroom Men. took health. They're so cute! Anyone else? Oh, they don't have a very large aggro range, do they? Or...
I'm not counting anything from a Blizzard game as until I see a full diversity chart about that
Oh my
game.
gosh. I can't even...
How does Yggdrasil scale on the sexual orientation chart?
That I don't even know where to start with that. That's just... It's like we've said a lot of like, you know, oh, it's you know, like satire, you know, in the last few years, but like that is genuinely a like that's a Hard Times article.
And I thought it was.
Yeah, that's just real. Like,
I thought
how
it was,
is that real?
And then I saw the like actual Blizzard page, like the press release, and I was like, oh my. Okay, so not only was it not a parody article, I was like, okay, if it's not a parody article, it has to be a leak of some sort, because no sane company would release this shit. But no, it's a straight up press release.
It's okay. So everyone's saying to stop killing the mushrooms. Okay, I will stop killing the mushrooms. Why? Ooh, a chest. I thought the mushrooms were enemies.
Oh, it's because you're killing the. I don't know, I can't remember if they drop anything. Nothing bad happens if you kill the mushrooms. It's just you're killing the mushrooms.
Because they're the child mushrooms. Okay, I'm sorry. I won't kill the little ones. That explains why they don't have much of an aggro range, because they're...
Beat the baby seals! The little mushroom guys are, you know how, like, in Elden Ring, you see, like, a small bear and you, like, beat it up?
Yeah.
And then, like, a big bear comes to, like,
yes.
your shit? That's kind of like the little mushrooms and the big mushrooms here.
Oh, he just... Okay, how much damage... I want to see how much damage he does. Oh my gosh! Okay. Alright.
Yeah, see, like, it's such a slow attack that you're like, okay, well, that's never gonna hit me. And because you're like that, that's when he fucking punches you. And you're like, okay, that's my entire health bar.
Wow,
Yeah.
oh, that was with the shield up, too. Holy crap. Yeah. They are tough. Oh my goodness! Okay, can't backstab him, apparently. I wonder if I could parry him. Inconclusive.
I don't think you can parry unarmed attacks.
Okay. Okay, well the shield is useless. It still, like, does all my health. There we go. Gold pine resin. Okay.
Nice.
That's for, lightening it up, right?
Yep. Which
I
are
feel
always
bad.
good against, dragons and dragonkin enemies.
I feel bad about killing small mushrooms. I didn't realize they weren't enemies. Wonder how pyromancy would fare. That's a good point. Let's try it.
Saute some mushrooms.
Yeah. Oh, there's a chest there.
Did you ever level up your glove? I can't remember.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, these guys don't particularly seem to care that much about the fire.
No. Oh. Ah! No! Let me out! There we go.
because they have like infinite poise too. It's really funny.
There we go.
They just don't flinch on anything.
There we go. Okay, let's see. What's this chest? Ooh, enchanter.
That allows you to put magic on a weapon.
Oh, okay.
Yay! Bake number 2 done. I'm gonna bake your map.
Oh, which one?
Your caves,
Okay.
which is actually I think the fastest map to bake.
It probably has the. Well, does it have the least? Like, I forget if the bakes, or I guess I don't know if bake time would be limited by number of lights or number of objects.
It's both.
Okay. Whip.
The Cliffs map took 8 minutes to bake, and the Cliffs map is like, in terms of size, it's bigger than the fishery.
Oh!
Oh, there's one of those. But in terms of density, the fishery is much larger, or like much more dense, and the fishery takes an hour or so.
Yeah, 8 minutes is not bad at all, actually.
No.
Wait a second. Wait, their attack. That's the ogre alert noise from Quake.
Yeah, they probably use the same sound sample library.
Yeah. Oh,
You were
yeah,
out
I'm
of juice.
All right. Oh, there it goes. Yeah, that's 100% the same sound. And I am.
I have the sound libraries that
Help.
contain.
Help! Oh
You
no!
are doomed. You are-
Oh!
Oh no, they're running back.
Okay.
I have the sound samples for Cleric Beast and Bloodborne, and it's like one of the Boom libraries.
Oh, really?
Creature packs.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of these
Uh,
games use, the same asset packs. No, I'm not going to use a humanity for health. I can just,
You're at like the
Spectre.
lowest possible health you could be.
Yeah.
Like, no Estus, no
Yeah.
health.
pickups as well. You know what? I never noticed, but I think you're right.
We don't need to use the homeward button. There's no enemies between here and the bonfire.
Yeah, I'm fine. And yeah, free sounds. It's crazy. Like both Dylan and I. Oh, there are enemies.
Oh shit.
Forgot.
Well, if you do die here, it's not like.
It's not a huge deal.
Yeah, you just run out of the cave and grab your souls. These guys
Yeah.
aren't that hard.
Yeah.
Oh, I would have just ran past these guys.
Do you think? Okay. Yeah, you're right. It's pretty clear.
And before they do some crazy jump attack on you.
Yeah.
I heard them try!
Yep.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. You are human. We don't want to lose. If we can avoid losing your humanity, that would be nice.
True.
It's crystal clear.
Should be fine. Yeah. But like even between Dylan and I, we own a good number of sound libraries. Not as many as Andrew, but like we
Yeah.
have sound libraries, and still, I don't know how often you use free sound, Dylan, but I still use it like all the time.
A good
For
chunk.
things.
I mean,
yeah.
if I'm not super satisfied with what I have in my samples, that's where I'll go.
Yeah, and I even have a little hand recorder that I have recorded a bunch of stuff with. Like, I can record, but it's just so hard to get the exact right sample, a lot of the time, unless you have just tons and tons and tons of samples to browse through. Yeah, if I got some soft humanity, I could go kindle I could do a free Kindle on that. Or yeah, it's soft human. If I could go do a free Kindle on that one bonfire at the beginning of Dark Root. I don't think I'm gonna get it from these guys though, because it only drops once, right?
It depends on the area, and like supposedly every enemy adds an attribute the first time you kill them or so. And then it like procs, but I feel like every area has like different thresholds.
I was getting greedy with the hits. Can I backstab them? I guess not.
Oh, here's a fun, when you go back in the water, do you think it's worth telling him how to find Dusk? Oh, I was just about to tell him.
Okay.
When you go into the water, go to the back on the left side. You see how it, like, kind of, no, face the waterfall and then go right, past the ladder.
What?
What was
Oh.
that? Oh, hi.
Hi. Yeah. What about? Yeah. I have actually made a game entirely with sounds from scratch, which was Pit. Every sound in that game was something that I could create. I didn't have all I had was like a headset mic, so it was something that I could create at my desk or with something that I could bring to my desk, and then modify in Audacity to whatever I could, you know. Is this it?
No, don't go up the ladder. Go past the ladder. Keep
Okay.
hugging the wall.
I would not suggest it. I would just use, you know, grab samples from other places. Not actually. Well, there aren't that many sounds in Pit. You know what? I'm wrong though. There is one sound that I used from another source, which is the ambience. Was somebody else's because I just couldn't. Oh hey, there's a man there. It didn't. There aren't too many sounds in the game, so it didn't take inordinately long. But I think the lock on, please. Probably could have had better sound design if I had. Okay. I can block those.
Look, what's in his crystal on his back?
What is in his crystal? Oh, there's a dude in there. That's amazing.
Yeah, you can beat him in the water like this. I didn't realize people, like, kited him out of the water. I usually just fight him here.
Hold on, did someone... Wait a second. Hold on. Someone just made a Pit game reference. The board game. Holy crap, I have not thought about that game in years. I completely forgot about that. Yeah, I played that with my family when I was younger.
So, 'tis thou who rescueth me, most gracious.
What is on your head? Are those horns or wings?
Of Ulysses.
Oh, you're at dusk,
I come
okay.
From an age long before thine. I cannot stay here for long. So, before I disappear, my
Okay.
home, Elysium, is the home of my
Okay.
home is to pass this profound knowledge to thee. Would
Okay.
this be of
Sure.
my heartfelt thanks? Then I shout, thou art in need. Christ seems that my time is done.
So she's a summon, right?
Yes.
Cool. That's neat. Why was she in there? Like, how did she get in that predicament?
It will So, yeah. So go back to the beach where,
Beach.
where you fought the Hydra.
Ah,
I'm pretty
yes.
sure, yeah, the edge of the water where all the crystal guys were.
Yeah. You know, Gollum crimes. Bloop.
This will actually
Aha!
work well because you're human and can see this.
Yeah. Hello.
I am Dusk of Ulysses.
Yes.
It is an honor I shall follow them.
Okay. Oh, hey. I got a gesture.
Proper bow.
Yeah. Oh, look at this. I don't think I'm going to be able to use any of these, but... Oh, what's this? It's a catalyst. Okay, so I can't do any of that.
Does she say anything?
We'll
For
see.
a very long time,
Oh,
I
okay.
was trapped from my home. I was taken, banished to a plane of distortion. It was there, long after I had relinquished all. So gleeful was I. The sorceries of it is difficult to explain. All is your sorceries are thine
Approximation,
sorceries
okay.
are straightforward. Does thou not find some fact?
Sure.
The sorcery, it is
Okay.
thine sword. Does thou not find?
Get her clothes to
If thou
spawn?
welcome me,
She's
I wish to
wearing
view
them.
the flames.
So... Does he need to reload to get the thing that happens? Or does he just need to backtrack now? It's been a while since I've done this shit. Oh, you need to go to
archives.
the archives first. Right, okay. Right.
Okay.
By the way, this whole sequence of events is how you start the DLC.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Okay. So I don't even know what the archives are.
Yeah, we
So we'll
we'll-
revisit this, I guess.
yeah, we'll put that in, we'll put a pin in that.
And just stop more Gollum crimes. Okay.
That's funny, I forgot about that whole part.
Okay, let's go, I think there's... I don't know, it's hard for me to keep my bearings in this area. But I think there's parts that I have not seen up here. Yeah, I'm a fan of buying the DLC and then starting the game and having a button that's like, start the DLC. Like, it annoys me when even I have to, like, go to a place in the game world to start the DLC, let alone something like this. Oh, is it, like, really hard DLC? Is that why?
It's all their DLCs are usually like, your character better be late game because you're gonna get your ass kicked.
Gotcha.
The difficulty spike between the base game and their DLCs is very large. Yeah, you're gonna just fucking whip to bits.
Yeah. Oh, wow. There's a bunch of them. Okay, bye. Wonder if my forest friends will help me. I hear them behind me. They are still coming. I'm just gonna go rest at this fire.
Classic.
Yeah.
always want to play the original game without the DLC. Well, I mean, like with the way FromSoft does it, you can basically.
Let's, let's do some rapier.
Like you just don't do, you just don't go fight the golem that contains her.
I see. So she's literally added with DLC then.
Yeah.
Huh. So I don't think I've been over here, although I could be wrong.
I think I don't think it. I think most of the From Software DLCs are really good quality. Like the Bloodborne DLC is one of my favorites.
Which one's that again?
It's called The Old Hunters.
Yeah, I've heard people mention the name. I couldn't remember what it was though.
And the DLC for this game is great too.
Oh boy.
Oh, this is gonna be bad.
Yeah. Not sure the rapier is the weapon for this. Although I could use the pokey poke. There. That works out. Wonder what the Elden Ring DLC is gonna be.
I don't know.
Okay, I have been over here. Oh boy. So many Bushmen!
Yeah, if you went across the bridge that you went up the ladder, then that's the area that I don't think you've really played too much in, because it has the horrible cat monsters.
Yeah, I think I can get there from here too, right?
Pretty sure.
I want to know if these guys fight or did the bush guys just run away? I guess they just run away. So I think Silver Knight Spear is going to be the way to go. Oh, right, that's fall damage. I shouldn't do that.
No, the Elden Ring DLC is just going to be fighting 100 ulcerated tree spirits in a row. Because they're clearly so much fun to fight.
There are a couple bosses in that game I just don't enjoy.
Yeah, I don't think that's ever... especially for how much I use that fucking boss.
Yeah.
It's like, why? Please stop using this boss, it's not fun.
What is this?
Oh, I get the concept of the boss. Like the theme of the boss is not the problem. It's the giant, like, spazzing out enemy that just the solution to fighting is just to literally jam your face into its body.
Yeah.
And just swing wildly because it just moves like it's so big and just moves so crazily.
Dogs in chat.
It's like, what are you doing? My dog freaks the fuck out when she sees Sif on screen. It's
Really?
hilarious.
Ooh. Oh.
Off to a strong start.
Yeah.
You're gonna be wishing for those cats now.
Yeah. This is just a forest of horrible, deadly house pets. Oh, man. Okay. I'm gonna have to figure out the strategy to this one. The alternate cutscene? Death hamsters? Come. Oh boy, there's all sorts of... Or is that a... Wait. Oh yeah. Yeah, okay. Might have to Elden Ring strat it. Yeah.
Yeah, the Wolves of Radigan are like, what if we did Sif again, but this time he also casts magic?
I did not find that boss very hard at all.
The bosses aren't... Some of the places that they use him in world, like in the consecrated snowfields and stuff, is like harder than the actual boss fight.
Ah, I see. Okay, well, where am I going? Right up here. Well, see, I did not play far... Ooh, I might want to kindle that fire, which I probably should have done with that humanity that I just lost. Oh, well. Yeah, I didn't play the Consecrated Snowfield, so I only fought the one in the Magic Academy.
There's that one, and the one that's on the Magic Altar, Moon Altar Plateau. That's like, these ones are much harder than the one you fight at Raya Lucaria.
Wait, what's Moon Altar Plateau? I don't think I even went there.
Did you do the Scarlet Rot area? The Scarlet Lake Rot?
No.
Okay, yeah. You missed a whole bunch of zones.
Yeah! Yeah, apparently I missed a bunch of the game, but I played so much of the game. Like, I just... You were like, oh, you missed so much, but, like... I played so much of it! I think that's the... It's like one of my most played games on Steam now at this point. Hey, is there a secret down there? No.
That's a little bit of a bummer because the Scarlet Rot Lake and the Consecrated Snowfields are two of the only, like, oh, here's like a fun kind of not horror game gimmick, but it is sort of kind of like that.
Well, I can always go back and...
Yeah.
Oh, come on, that's just not right. I see. The mushroom guys would have been amazing Ash summons, yeah. Yeah, I feel like the Ash summons were really cool, and then I got the Mimic Ash, and then leveled that up a bunch, and it was like, why would I use anything else at this point?
See, that's the thing. I just don't use the Mimic Ash.
Yeah.
I know that it just makes the game less fun.
Yeah. I don't know that it made it less fun, but...
You want to know the craziest friggin' detail I found out?
Okay.
Okay, so, did you meet, Latenna, the Albernac?
Yes.
The girl... Okay.
Yes.
You know how she gives you her summon?
Yeah,
Her
I did
spirit-
use
her
that
spirit
a
ash?
little bit.
Okay, you know how, like, she can't move, right?
Yeah.
If you summon her in an area with a direwolf enemy, she will mount the direwolf enemy and use that as her mount.
Really?
Yes.
That's
And it gives her-
amazing.
And it gives her a whole bunch of attacks.
That's
I was
amazing.
I was using her in the Consecrated Snowfields last night. Oh. Bye.
Okay, so don't go down there.
And yeah, she did that. She jumped on her direwolf and started casting a whole bunch of, like, new spells. And I was like, what the hell is going on?
That's very cool. Edges are their own. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a you control the buttons you press situation. But I definitely did feel like if I was like, well, if I'm gonna use summons, I might as well be using the Mimic Ash.
I mean, if you find it fun, like, I don't. It's like when Dave does like, oh, I'm gonna summon like 2 NPCs for this fight, and my +10 Mimic Ash, and use all my like buffs and stuff, and then he's like, then he complains like, wow, this was too easy, and I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah, maybe you shouldn't use all that stuff then. If you
Yeah.
want it to be satisfying, like.
Well, see,
Yeah,
I
you
only
don't-
use it on boss fights that I want to be over.
Yeah,
the ones
that's what it is for. But like, don't come back and be like, "Oh, that's weird. That made the fight not as satisfying." And it's
Yeah.
like, sure.
Yup. It sure did.
Like, I'm not gonna shame anyone for using that stuff that needs to use it, but you know, come on, you don't have to play dumb and pretend that it doesn't make it can't trivialize some of the fights in the game.
Right. Okay. Okay. Wait, did
Take
you just...
advantage of this.
Yep.
Take advantage of it.
Oh no! I forgot to kindle that fire. Oops. I thought that was gonna be another attack.
Dude, the Direwolf Rider enemies are so funny. Like, when they go Legolas on you and just pin you with, like, 15 arrows in, like, a 3-second span, and it's like, rude.
Yeah.
I come out of fighting those enemies, like, just like a pincushion. Just, like, 80 arrows on my character.
Ooh.
I usually try and fight him by his ass. That's a helpful tip I learned from Bloodborne. Any beast creatures, their weakness is their ass.
Oh, shoot. Yeah, that makes sense. Just wolf, but with sword. It's really an amazingly straightforward enemy design. It's like, give that wolf a sword.
Ship it.
Yeah. Floop, floop.
Ludwig is a special type of enemy. Or a special type of boss.
I have seen screenshots of Ludwig, and I cannot comprehend what his design is supposed to be. It's just like mangled horror, like incomprehensible mangled corpse.
He's a bit like Bloodborne's Artorias, in the sense that he used to be a human, like, knight/hunter who ended up becoming kind of corrupted himself.
Mm-hmm.
And so his 2 phases is, the first phase is that he fights you as like a horrible horse monster, and then
I'm on board with that.
Because he's fighting a hunter. Halfway through, he sort of, and plus he has like a fucking Moonlight Greatsword as well. He regains a piece of his humanity, and so the second phase is him standing up and fighting you as like the hunter he used to be.
Huh. That's a cool, I mean, horrible horse monster is something I'm always on board with.
Yeah.
Those attacks are much faster than I think they're gonna be.
The deadliest area in
Whoops.
this fight is in front of him.
Yeah. Tried to run behind. There we go. No, I don't want to. Oh, it's because I'm right. Because I can't. I have to unlock to be able to run. about to die. Oh, hi. Yeah. Yeah, I do really want to play Bloodborne. But I've heard, like, even on PS4, it's... What I mean, even on PS4, like, it's
It
not
has
the...
frame pacing
Yeah,
issues.
it's not the best version of the game, even though it's, like, the only version of the game.
I don't know at this rate they're made. You can get a PS5 and it runs Bloodborne at like 30 frames pretty solidly,
Uh-huh.
but I don't think there is gonna be a unless Sony changes their mind somehow. I don't think there's gonna be a definitive version of Bloodborne.
How come? Like, what
I
is...
don't know. Sony just doesn't want to port Bloodborne.
It's so weird. They've ported so many other things, and it's like... I don't know. It's weird.
They don't want to make money.
That statement does apply to all wolves.
I don't want to play the Blue Point version of Bloodborne. That sucks.
What is so hard about just getting, like, a PC, like, remastered version of Bloodborne? Like, why can't they do that? Just put it on PC.
Because, like, as you know, fine, like Blue Point's making it, but they made so many atmospheric and design differences between the original Dark Soul or Demon Souls and their version of Demon Souls that it's like it's not really the same game. Like I would want to be able to play the original version of Bloodborne, not their version.
That's also why I'm like, I want to try Demon Souls too, but I know the remastered version is like, real, does that whole changing a bunch of stuff.
Like some of the areas just have straight up a different atmosphere, and I'm like, sure, that's cool. Like I'm not gonna complain that it exists, but I kind of am when the original is not available.
Yeah.
I mean, it's available now, but they removed the servers and everything, so.
Oops.
This attempt is definitely going better.
Yeah. Oh, that timing's really weird for some reason.
We might have to restart the call because people are saying something's wrong with my voice quality.
Oh, is it... it was a little... I rolled, come on. It was a little warbly, but it seems okay now. Is it still warbly for everyone else?
You went from getting owned by this boss to totally like figuring out this fight pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is wait before you kill him.
Yeah.
Run back and watch him come towards you.
Okay. Like, go back over here. Oh, well that's just heartbreaking.
And like all of his swings when he's this low in health are just like weak swings.
Yeah. That's true. I like Sif. He's a good boy. What's this? Hornet ring. We'll have to see what all those things are. Yeah, that is not okay. I know, it's the... it's just sad. Okay, what did I get from killing the poor dog? Let's see.
The Hornet ring,
Yeah.
another ring that you will need.
Let's see, I've got Covenant of Traverse the Abyss. I am assuming that that is, DLC?
No.
Really? Okay. Cool. Boost critical attacks. Okay. Can I put this on?
Yes, but it won't help you here.
Okay. Dark Souls prepared to cry. Yeah. I got a good number of souls. I should go level up.
Yeah, I mean, I know the cutscene's different if you do the DLC first, but I think I wanted to sort of lure David into doing this the way that most people explored this game first. So he had, like, contrasts if he ever replays it.
So what is the cutscene if you complete the DLC first?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. The events happen during the DLC that involve Artorias and Sif.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, the way he reacts to you is different.
The warbliness is back. I'll try restarting the call real quick. Alright. Still there? Dylan?
Yep.
Hello? Okay, there you are. Can you see the stream?
Yep.
Okay. I cannot see the chat, though. Hold on one sec. Nice hair. Thank you. Alright, so I fought Sif. I don't know if I wanna deal with the evil monster cats. Oh, there's another monster cat.
So I just entered the New Blood internal chat, and Zombie is just posting modded Duke Nukem Forever, where someone has replaced the health and power meter with comes and loads.
Yeah, Zombie has been pretty obsessed.
Oh yeah, you do have 40,000 souls, by the way.
Right. Let's not go that way then. Hello, Mushroom. Yeah, it's a Kato Demon shirt. So maybe we should go do the Painted World. Unless, is there I will ask, is there something else major I should hit in here before I leave?
I mean, there are like a couple little items hidden off and stuff like that.
I
but
figured so, yeah.
In terms of like major, I think you're fine
Okay.
for now. We'll have to come back here after the archives.
Okay, cool. So we'll go back to, I think, that's an Anor Londo, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And yes, he did kill Moonlight Butterfly already.
Yeah.
I will be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom.
Alright. Yeah, Zombie is a, he's an incredibly good programmer. Go strength and dexterity. Dexterity. Strength and dexterity. I mixed together dexterity and vitality. the wolf ring. There goes gravity. Yeah. Oh, I should warp, I guess. I can come back here. I'll go do the... So wait, what does this do? Don't do that. Do we want to switch out magic? This thing's working pretty well. But... I could... Hi, Kraken. Kraken, bud. You were in the way. Come on. Prey is free. Oh, I'm assuming that's the new prey, right? Not the old one. So I guess Chamber of the Princess would be closest. What happens if you kneel at her more than once? No, old Prey rules! What are you talking about? Prey, no, to Prey 2017, not 2016.
Chosen undead, thou hast journeyed
Oh, right.
since the day Father his wounded obscureth the once living, now and beseech thee. A grave indeed
Okay.
without
Lore. Alright.
now thou shalt may thou
Yeah, both Prey games are awesome. I still think that Prey 2006 is the best game that was on id Tech for. Although, I don't know, it's hard to pick between that and Doom 3. Because I really like Doom 3. Yeah, OG Prey rules. It's great. Dylan, what do you think is the best? Wait, are you back, Dylan? I thought I heard. Maybe not. That didn't really work at all, did it? I just now realized I did not actually rest at that fire, so... Yeah, the Doom 3 flashlight mechanic is awesome. Sheesh. Oh well. Yeah, I've heard Doom 3 VR is really good. I haven't played it yet, though. Resident Evil 4 VR is super good. Really, really fun. So, would it be better to go to... What is Sunlight Altar? Oh, I think I know where that is. Yeah, Resident Evil 4, just fantastic in VR. Really fun. Not a very different sort of game. It's really not a horror game anymore, but... Oh. Am I hearing... I thought I heard Luna crying. Whoop. Oh, that wasn't death. Wow, okay. I thought that was gonna be death.
Okay, I am back.
I mean, Resident Evil 4 in its original released form Well, I mean, it's definitely action horror, but it was still tense and had some frightening moments. In VR, it's really it's just John Wick when you're in VR, which is awesome.
People are, I've never seen people so divided about a genre than horror, because I've seen people say that something isn't horror unless it personally scares them,
Yeah, I've seen that too.
which is like just the most absurd standard of definition I've ever seen.
Yeah. That's why I think the whole, like, it has to be scary to be horror is stupid, because there are a bunch of things that are horror that I don't find scary. Including things like, Hereditary. Like, a very good horror movie, I don't find it scary. So does that mean it's not horror? Yeah, I am trying to get to the painting. I actually don't really remember where it is. Do I go up?
You're trying to get to the main room with the big gate and to go out the front.
Really?
Yeah,
Wasn't
like,
that...
so go to like where you fight Ornstein and Smo.
Yeah.
And instead of going towards Ornstein and Smo, go left.
Oh, it is in here?
Yeah, it's in a different building,
Okay.
so you have to go outside first. Yeah, now I would just run down the stairs.
Okay.
Subnautica, I kind of think is like... I think horror is a sub-theme because the designers definitely designed those creatures to be fucking frightening. But it's not entirely... I guess it's not entirely horror because there are... it's like... it kind of tricks you into it being a horror game.
Yeah. Oh, wait, it's in there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, so back up and go down the spiral.
Oh, right, I don't have to go across. Yeah. Painted world. Okay, so this is a cool area?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
What is the difference between creature designed for horror and the creature designed for danger?
I don't know. Is there a difference?
I guess so. I guess there's a difference, because an enemy can be dangerous, but not scary. An example of that would be... Oh, there's gotta be something in Elden Ring that's dangerous, but not at all scary.
Mushroom guys.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't think horror is that you can't fight it. I think
No.
a lot of horror works even if you can fight it. It's more depending on like how it plays off your emotions and like the tension that it is kind of built around. Like the creatures in Subnautica, the Leviathan creatures that are spooky, like the Reaper Leviathan, are designed in a way where like you'll often hear them before you see them, and the sound effects tied to them are meant to be unsettling. They're meant to be like super eerie, and the way that they like sort of approach you, usually in dark areas, and usually like full on front, like horned monster with teeth, is like, yeah, that's unsettling fight or flight kind of shit.
This,
Oh my god, you're getting...
yeah, that guy ambushed me from behind the pillar, which I know Miyazaki himself did.
So the question really isn't like, oh, if you don't personally find that scary, is it horror or not? It's more like, what's the design intent behind it?
There we go. Oh, I got some throwing knives off of them. Yeah, the thing about if... That was a thing for a while in the wake of Amnesia. People were like, oh, it's, you know, it's only scary if you can't fight the monsters. Examine.
Your Iron Lung is interesting because it's a lot of that game. You're not really in active danger,
Yeah.
but it sure feels like it.
Yeah, because the style of horror I really like is, really, really, really hard to do. Ooh, this is cool. Painted world of, oh, okay. It's really, really hard to do, while having you actually fighting discrete threats. Because I like stuff that's really subtle and, like, based a lot on, like, building dread and stuff. And I found it very difficult to make a horror game, like a game that's just focused on, like, being a scary game, without, and not have it turn into, you know, something where you're not really fighting enemies that much, or if at all, or in... I don't think Alan Wake is scary, no. I think Alan Wake is very fun. No, the O2 supply is not timed. Because that would be... that would just be frustrating. I'm gonna use these souls before... yes, I've seen Below. I actually thought Below was pretty good. Except for the really outdated CG. Let's see, 2000, huh? Soul of a Proud Knight, is that the one? Yeah. Okay.
So, was Dusk one of your first times making like levels in horror with actual enemies that like kind of pursue and you fight? Or
Kind
I guess,
of.
Yeah, I guess more. It was sort of like a new experience of doing horror that maybe you weren't not used to.
Yeah.
But I know a lot of your horror games before then were more in that sort of Iron Lung kind of way.
Yeah. So I'd made games before Unity that were... had some horror themes, but definitely had you, like, fighting enemies and stuff. I made a bunch of survival-y sort of games. Oh, look at the footprints. Those are really nice looking.
Oh.
What the heck? But... I think, yeah, Dusk, for all practical intents and purposes, was the first time really doing that.
Do you think that was like an interesting challenge for you?
Yeah, although there wasn't really a point in Dusk where if it failed to be scary, or if it wasn't scary, it would fail. Whereas with something like, ooh, I wonder if I can, with something like Iron Lung, obviously if Iron Lung is not scary, the whole game falls apart. And that's, you know, there's some people that don't find it scary, and the whole game falls apart for them.
Yeah.
Whereas Dusk, if you're not scared by, you know, E2M2, it's still a fun FPS level. And, you know, if you're not scared by Crypt of the Flesh, it's still a fun FPS level. You know, the game doesn't fall apart. So there wasn't really that much, the stake, you know, the stakes weren't that high for getting it right. So... It didn't really. What I mean is, it didn't really feel like a challenge. It was just sort of like, oh, I'll do this and try and make this scary. and if it doesn't work out, it doesn't really matter that much.
Gloom is kind of like not in the middle, but maybe 75% of the way towards Dusk, between like something like Dusk and between something like Iron Lung, because it's a stealth horror survival horror game. If the horror kind of falls apart, it doesn't really have a good enough combat loop to rely on the horror not working. But at the same time, there's still like stuff you can do if the horror doesn't work.
Yeah.
But there's like a weird sort of middle ground.
Oh, not birds. Not birds. Oh.
Not birds!
That's a crazy bird design, too.
Yeah.
They do some crazy bird designs. Sexy birds. Oh, this was the prototype level. That's interesting. Did I have humanity in there?
I don't think so.
Okay. Yeah, I think enemies you fight can be scary. Oh, it doesn't open for... That'll be a shortcut back then. I think bloodsuckers are still scary, even though I've killed a bunch of them. I find the train monster in Lost in Vivo really inexplicably, like, terrifying.
Yeah.
I think it's the combination. For me, it's like trains are kind of... Like, a big train, like, blowing its horn next to you is kind of unsettling. Because it's just a gigantic piece of machinery that could crush you. So the combination of those two ideas, it's like, it's a monster coming at you, but it also is like, the presence of a train, you know, like, gets to me.
Or, the one time you forget about a corpse in Remake and becomes a Crimson Head and you're not expecting it.
Yeah. Is it possible? So that one in the hallways that have the mirror hall, that has all the different mirrors. Is it possible to burn that thing in time? Because I've played. I don't think I have ever burned him before he turns into a Crimson Head. In all the times I played that game. Yeah, play Lost in Vivo, by the way, if you like survival horror. It's like...
It's great.
It's like the best Silent Hill game since Silent Hill, basically. What if I can jump?
It's not owned by Konami,
yeah,
which is just a bonus.
Yeah. What am I hearing? Oh! Oh, there's some rule-making rats. There we go. Lost in Vivo Pachinko. Ugh. Wow, they're like glittery. Gloomwood reference. Gloomwood doesn't have rule-making rats. I gotta play Darkwood. Yeah, I don't want another Silent Hill. I don't understand everyone who wants another Silent Hill. It's like there have been how long has it been since the last good Silent Hill game? Like I don't know. Well, I guess people liked PT, if you want to count that. I just don't understand being hyped about a theoretical new Silent Hill game as opposed to just, like, not really expecting much. Ah, shoot. I shouldn't have
Oh,
been
no.
looking at chat.
Oh, you didn't die!
Yeah. What time is it? I'm starting to feel tired.
It's funny because, like, for PT,
Oh, wow.
they were finally making, like, a Silent Hill that wasn't... Like, I
Yeah.
know that you weren't crazy about it. I'm not, like, I wasn't super crazy about it either, but they were finally making another Silent Hill that resonated with a lot of people, and then they were like, oh no, it's gonna be good, we better cancel it.
Yeah, it's like, oh, well, we can't have that. Oh, the bone wheels.
Yep. Welcome
Just
back.
evil.
Did you like fighting them in a big arena last time? How about tiny hallways?
Yeah, wait, what? The last Silent... No, there hasn't been a Silent Hill game for... Wait, what are we talking about? What was the Silent Hill game that came out, in the... Oh, I see. Alright, in the middle of... Yeah. Right, the worst area in the game? Yeah.
Oh, right, in the house in
Yeah.
Resident Evil Village.
Yeah, the part that's like the worst part of the game. At least on replays. Like, first time through, it's okay. Yeah, I just don't... I do not understand the love for PT. I have said it before. It's good, but I don't understand... Well, no, I do understand why it's why it's held up so high, and it's because there's that mystique around it, I think. And also, it was something new and cool at the time.
Yeah, I think the house really works as a palate cleanser, it just doesn't work on replays.
Yeah, that's really it. First time through, it's pretty cool. I also think that I expected a little more from the build-up. But I mean, it's still good. The baby's a really good monster design.
In my opinion, it's the part after the baby that's total dog shit.
Oh, that
Small
part's
part.
oh the literal indie horror game
Yeah.
part. Yeah,
Terrible.
it uses the children singing from the Blood soundtrack.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah. It was, I guess, I don't know. I did not find the baby scary, but it's for a very specific reason. It's a really good design. There's nothing wrong, like, it is a scary design, but the problem is, it's, like, the audio design's really good, but, like, as a parent, like, I could tell, it was all, like, happy baby noises. Like, all of the,
Forgot about this part.
yeah. Yeah, it was all, like, it's all, like, happy, like, one-year-old or like, you know, I don't know, several month-year-old baby noises. Not really one-year-old, but... So, all I could think of is, like, that was someone's kid they brought into the recording booth, and were just having a great time, like, making laugh and recording it, and that's all I could think about, and it, like, completely ruined the horror for me, because it just sounded like a happy baby with audio filters applied.
The real horror is parenting, is what
Yes.
you're telling me.
Yes. Because,
I
oh,
don't know- I
believe
don't
me,
know if
children can make some horrible, horrible noises. That's...
I don't know if video games are going to be able to capture that horror yet.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm sure it is intentional, and I think, like I said, it's not like it was bad audio. Like, the audio design and the monster design are all really good. It's just, me personally, I found that was, like, so distracting that it took away from the horror. Take that. Actually, the scream you hear in the God is Coming section in Squirrel Stapler, that's, is that Lavender or Luna? That's one of my daughters, screaming angrily, pitched down. Ah, shoot. Can't make it over there. This area is, like, really big and open. This is cool.
I love this area. We clean up puke and shit, you gotta try harder.
Yeah. That baby is really a really cool boss design, though. I think, like, it had been really built up. Everyone was talking about how, like, that area of the game was, like, the scariest thing ever and stuff. So when it was just like, oh, it's just a baby monster, I was like, oh, okay, that's it. Whereas if I had gone there without the build-up, it probably would have taken me a lot more off guard. Child. I guess... Well, jump didn't really work, but... Yeah, I think going in blind, it would have worked a lot better. That is kind of the danger with horror sections like that. Like, I'm sure this has happened with people playing, oh, I know what this is. Playing, like, E2M2 in Dusk, because everyone hypes that up as being really scary. And I'm sure there have been people who went in, or like, oh, this is going to be, like, the scariest thing ever, and then they're just like, oh, what? It's just a invisible monster, okay. Is it a mimic? I don't think so. Okay. Ooh! Those are neat looking. It's gonna take a lot to take me away from the ring wraith get up here, though. Yeah. I'm sure that's gonna happen with Iron Lung. It probably already has happened for a bunch of people with Iron Lung also. Like, go in and like, wait, this is it? Why is everyone hyping this up? I have no idea where I'm going. There are so many different ways to go in this area. It's really cool. Now I'm up on in the rafters.
Yeah, you just gotta roam free.
Yeah. Oh, that's my shadow. Lots of souls. I don't know why I do that every time I go off a ledge. Like, there's no reason to be doing it. It's just because it looks
It's just
cool.
funny.
Yeah. Is that some? Oh yeah, there's some guys landing. Because you're styling, yeah. And actually hear it. Can I... Okay, that was... Ooh! It's a special rapier. Hello. Oh, that...
Good old torch hollows.
Yeah. Oh wow, that poisons me a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, people say Darkwood's pretty scary. I gotta play it.
Good. It's fun.
Yeah.
It's, I played it, I was playing it on my Switch for a while in bed, and that was a terrible idea.
Really?
Playing that in bed, in the dark, on your Switch, and it's like, okay, I'm gonna camp out in this room for the night, and just hearing all the sounds, like, around you is just a terrible idea. Just don't do that.
That sounds really cool. No, I haven't played the forest. I'm not really a... Oh, there's the leggy birds. I'm not really a big survival crafting person.
Which is why we're adding crafting to Gloomwood. There's a new announcement. We're just limiting to crafting.
I remember that was so confusing when, like, survival crafting started to become a genre, and, you know, I'd love... Oh no, what is going on? Cat, what did you do? No! You're gonna get me killed! Kraken.
What is the cat? What is the cat doing?
Hold on, let's take care of the leg bird. Shoot.
The cat
Well,
killed you.
This is your fault. See what you did? Oop, don't put you down on the dog. There. He stood on the keyboard, and so I wasn't able to move for a little bit. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so that was really confusing because I loved and still love System Shock 2 and Resident Evil and Stalker, which were all games that, at least for me at the time, were very, like, those were like survival games. You had limited resources, you were constantly low on stuff. Maybe not quite as much in Stalker, but well, definitely not now, but like when I first played it, I was like always low on things, and you know, that's the whole deal with like System Shock 2, at least in the beginning, and then and in Resident Evil. And so when survival crafting started to be a big thing, I was like, I'd find these games that were like, oh, it's a survival game, I'm gonna love that, and then I'd play it, and I just wouldn't enjoy it, and I couldn't figure out why, until later I realized that there is a big difference between, like, a survival horror adjacent game and a survival crafting game. No, I haven't played Tarkov, but I know Andrew really likes it.
Hunt is enough multiplayer CBT for me.
Yeah.
I don't need to
MBT.
add-
Multiplayer ball torture.
Yeah, I don't need to add Tarkov to the list.
Yeah. And also what I've found over the years is that it also takes a very specific sort of, like, limited resources for it to work. Like, I think, like, limited resources that lead to you having to plan or solve things, you know, like, start problem solving or thinking about, like, how you're gonna get through stuff is what I really enjoy. When it's just, oh, I don't really have enough to deal with this. It's not quite as fun to me. Stupid Torch Hollow. Poison Torch Hollow, in fact. Oh, jeez. What is happening? Oh, I see. Let me out!
He's spitting fireballs at you.
Yeah. Yeah, I've never played Rust either. I played some 7 Days to Die, and liked some parts of that game. Mostly, I do kind of like the whole, you can kind of like create a settlement and be in this server with other people and, you know, interact with them. Like, you can cooperate with them and be nice, or you could go kill them, or like, that was kind of cool. Okay, so where did I even go? I'm so lost.
you jumped over that fucked up edge.
Yeah. There's... What is that? I want to go see what that is. Probably lose some souls, but it's fine. Oh, and I can, like, go down there, too. What the heck? There... I don't even know how I'd begin to keep track of everything here. I guess, I'll just have to play in it more. I've never... Oh, sorry, that's not directed at me. That is a dragon, isn't it? That is a really cool looking dragon. Oh!
Dragon. That's the Dignity Dragon! That is a very funny reference. is a story from software where some Miyazaki asked one of the artists to make an undead dragon, this undead dragon, and the artist made it with like a whole bunch of like disgusting elements like maggots and stuff, and Miyazaki was like, no, I don't want disgusting, I want like an undead dragon that's kind of like sad because it's like you know, an undead dragon that's like lost its glory. So people call this it should be a dragon that looks like it used to have dignity, and now people make a joke because it's still a dragon that just barfs on you.
Yeah. It is a really cool design, though.
Yeah, it is. And so it's the dignity dragon.
Yeah. Oh, man!
And he just killed you.
I have been killed by dignity. Oop, I hear crying. I need to go deal with the child. I'll be back.
Oh no, it's Resident Evil Village. Dignity dragon. New co-developer for Gloomwood. The only spoilers, I don't know. I don't really think there's much more to spoil in this game. I mean, we kind of, I guess he hasn't really killed the illusion of Guinevere, but we kind of hinted that something like that happens.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Yep, I've been eaten by a giant baby. Alright. The silver pokey stick works out pretty well.
But the character, does it exist, or does it exist? What's its diversity score? I gotta know, because if it's not high enough, it doesn't really exist.
Literally min-maxing. Like, oh my gosh.
Are we talking about a 4 or 5 sexual orientation character?
So I'm gonna admit that I didn't really read their press release very closly.
I'm shocked.
Yeah, because that's a complete waste of my and everyone else's time. But what exactly so I understand the thinking of like I don't know what they had, race or whatever. What's the culture or whatever? It's like 0 is obviously white and 1 is like, I don't know. Bye. And you know, 100 or whatever is like, I don't know, not white. But like, what is something like gender? Like, like what is the I'm just trying to understand, like, is it like with is it like with like weapon stats where that you have a lower gender number and that means your gender is worse? Or like,
as far as I know, the stats literally go from like 0 to like 5 or 10, and 0 in all categories probably being
be like straight white male, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
But then, so what happens? What if you're like a trans man? Then You're
So
a
here's the
straight
best
white
part.
trans man. Like, what is your
Let me-
Okay, go ahead.
Let me tell you the funniest fucking part of this. Because Scott told me this earlier, and I could not fucking believe it. It's so funny. So the example character that they use in that chart is Anna, who is a sort of like oldish Egyptian woman in the game,
Uh-huh.
and her one of the categories is age.
Uh-huh.
But for Anna, her age is slightly aged. She's like 70 in the game, and it says it's slightly aged, and the score is like, not that high. The reason for that is because in Overwatch there is a robot named Bastion, and he is technically 200 years old.
So compared to everyone else.
He has the highest score for age. Because he's a fucking robot.
That's amazing. So now, who's in the background? It's Dylan, the main developer of Gloomwood. I don't... Who's George? Like, George Brassard? We're not having him on the call, that's for sure.
George
there goes...
Brassard.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a... I mean, the whole idea is just stupid. Like, being able to... Like, assigning numerical values to... to somebody, or to, like... something like someone's sexual orientation, or
It
race,
literally is
it's
like
so dumb.
we're bringing out the calipers to like
Yeah.
measure your skull like with.
Yeah.
It's just like it's modern corporate phrenology.
Yeah,
It's weird, man.
it's so dumb.
fucking weird.
And I can't believe that they released that officially.
Yeah, it's just like
It's one of those things where, like, they released it, obviously, to try and, like... Well, first of all, take away attention from their whole union busting and all the other stupid crap that they do. But second of all, it's like, they're trying to look like, oh yeah, we're the nice, inclusive, woke, cutting-edge woke developers. But what they actually come across looking like is, like, it looks really bad. Like,
Yeah,
it doesn't...
it
like, they're just reducing, a non-binary character or a non-white character or whatever to just, like, a min-max statistic.
yeah, to pad the stats.
Yeah, and they're like, oh, this is to avoid tokenizing, when it's, like, very obviously a system for tokenizing. Like, for being like, oh, we need to create a character that, is a 50 on the diversity scale. It's so...
I can tell, the funny thing is, you can tell that they have a diversity problem because there's no one on the team to be like, hey, maybe this chart's a fucking terrible idea.
Yeah. So stupid. But I mean, that's... Yeah, I guess that's Blizzard for you, just... Modern Blizzard, just doing stupid crap over and over again.
My other favorite element is that Overwatch has a character, a cowboy character who's now named Cole Cassidy, and
Yes.
he used to be named Jesse McCree.
Yeah.
And the reason why he was named Jesse McCree after one of the lead developers who they never said if he was fired or he left. But it was pretty clear that the implication was, hey, you're a big part of the sexual harassment lawsuit, you should probably not work here anymore.
Okay.
So he left the company, and one of the things that Blizzard did was like, okay, well, we named this character after someone who turned out to be like a, awful sexual harasser person at our company. We have to change his name. So they changed it to Cole Cassidy. The funny thing is, the chart that they released still uses Jesse McCree as the internal name, which basically just confirms that internally they still just call him McCree because it was just a publicity stunt to make them look better. They're just like, oh yeah, we just did that to make it so like it looks like we're fixing the problem, but we're not actually
Yeah.
fixing the problem.
Much like creating a stat sheet for
Yeah.
for character diversity.
It has all the elements of feeling like work without being work.
Yeah. Oh hey, he's right there now. Okay, what else we got around here? I mean, that's something that happens. You put in jokes or references in your games, like that's fine. Calling them after someone in the company, but yeah, obviously they only changed it. Blizzard never does any of this stuff for. Like, they don't do it for real. They don't actually care. It's all just, like, oh gosh. It's all just
Ooh.
PR.
See, I wouldn't be like that offended if like, oh, they didn't change like the file names or whatever, because like, not many people are gonna see that. This was a press release. This is something that they purposely put out to the public. And was like, yeah, we're proud of this, and it still, like, has all those fuck-ups in it.
Yeah. See, I wouldn't even label... I wouldn't label Blizzard as anything. I wouldn't label them as far left or anything like that. They're just a... They're a big company that just wants to do whatever's going to be best for the big company. Like any of that... Like any big company, they do not give a flying fuck about anything that isn't going to get them money. So any sort of appearances of like, oh yeah, we're the good company, we have the right values, and we support you, it is entirely just because they think that's going to help them make money. That is how this works. Like, if you get down to smaller companies, smaller, like, indie studios, and that's... Let me clarify, this is not about the actual... I mean, it could be about the, like, the developers that work there, like, the people who are just... The people who do the day-to-day work. It's not really judging them. This is just about the corporation and the leadership as a whole. In any of these big corporations, like... when you get down to, like, smaller studios, there are definitely some indie studios and probably some smaller AAA or AA studios that, like, are genuinely founded on, or genuinely care about things and will, sorry, I'm just trying to concentrate on... Please don't bully to... Yeah... I don't know. I don't know what everything that happens with Blizzard. Like, maybe some of the devs are terrible. Also, I don't actually know. I don't actually remember who all was involved with the all the different allegations that came out. There's been so many allegations from different places. Yeah, it'll become the new cyberpunk yellow background.
Yeah, I mean, like, the reality is that there are developers that, like, studios, and of course this is not just like a Blizzard problem, there are developers at studios like this that are like, hey, this sucks, like, we should maybe stop doing dumb shit like this, and they will, like, just get ousted. Passed over for promotions and stuff like that, and eventually leave. And it's like, what are you gonna do? Like, you don't have much power.
Yeah. Oh, I don't think that even hit. Whoops. I pressed that button automatically to try and block. Oh, jeez.
The vomit.
Yeah.
It's the vomit. The Dignity Dragon.
Oh, come on. Maybe I can... panic the moment. Yeah, don't bully. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, a lot of times in bigger companies, it's like the people actually doing the work aren't really the problem, it's the leadership. Not always, though. Sometimes the people doing the work are the problem.
Yeah.
Doesn't... Not necessarily, no. New Blood Discord is kind of a different... The thing with Discord is a lot of those rules are in place because of the realities of managing a Discord. New Blood is actually internally extremely political. A lot of the guys... And I'm actually not very political. I kind of... Which maybe comes as a surprise, I don't know. But... some of the guys are really into that stuff, but the thing is that with managing a Discord with the number of people we have, there have to be guidelines in place to keep discussion from just becoming a complete shit show.
There's always bad actors who are trying to... who
Yeah.
are always testing the electric fence.
Yeah. Played Diablo 2. Yeah! I love Diablo 2. I think probably the only... Like, I will not buy Blizzard games now, just because of how they are. And the only one that really hurts is not being able to play, what's it called? The Diablo 2 Remaster. Because I love Diablo 2. I wonder if I can jump there. Oh, I can just get it over there. I never saw that somehow.
Bro, you don't really like Diablo 1 all that much, right?
I don't know. I have played a little bit of it, but the problem was it just made me want to go play Diablo 2.
Fair enough.
It's kind of the SWAT 4 thing, where it's like, SWAT 4 is awesome. It's a super good game. Then I just want to go play SWAT 3.
Oh, but SWAT 4 is so good!
It is. It's
It
super
has
good.
such levels!
There we go. Yeah, I have played a chunk of SWAT 4, and it's quite good.
Is SWAT
Twitter.
4 the last, like... I was about to say something that's really gonna set fired.
Uh-oh.
I was gonna say, is SWAT 4 the last, like, good rational game?
Yeah, probably. That's a hot take. Like, I know I've got the reputation for the hot takes, but like, that's one that's like a criticizing New Vegas level of
Yeah. Yeah.
people love BioShock.
Yeah. Is all the effort currently focused on Gloomwood instead of the Dusk SDK? Zombie works on the Dusk SDK.
Yeah. So
I
something.
think he like exclusively works on the Dusk SDK at the moment.
Yeah, something that is important to understand is that not everyone at okay, that's not its scroll. Not everyone at New Blood is capable of doing all the tasks that are necessary. For instance, I don't really work much on... Oh, that's a... I've done a little bit of work on the SDK, but it was purely sort of like support busy work stuff. I got some of the entities working for like Quake map. I probably shouldn't do that, but I'm really not capable of. Oh, this looks sketchy. I am really not capable of working on the SDK in any meaningful.
The boys.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Okay. Well, this is. So yeah, I'm exclusively working on Gloomwood because there really isn't any Dusk stuff that that would be useful for me to do at this point. I'm just not, the people who are good at that stuff are gonna do that.
The issue is that Zombie is kind of our best programmer, and so when any of the other games run into a very difficult programming issue, it's like, okay, we need Zombie's help for this, and that pulls them off working on the SDK, and that's like, sometimes it'll be, we have an issue with the composite lighting system he wrote for Gloomwood, and he'll have to come off the SDK for a week. Or, Fallen Aces is like, editor needs some help figuring this thing out. And
yeah,
it just means that sometimes the SDK progress is a little slow because he's very much in demand for a lot of the teams.
Yeah, there are a lot of very programming intensive things that are involved in several Gloomwood projects.
Several Gloomwood projects, several New Blood projects.
Several New Blood projects is what I meant.
We're announcing the sequel to Gloomwood already.
Yeah.
No, we're not done.
Gloomwood has the composite lighting, which was a huge undertaking. Fallen Aces has like editor stuff. Dusk has the SDK. Man, this is not going well. I feel
they
like
are
I just
very
need to...
weak if you can get behind them.
Okay, I feel like I just need to hit reset on this. And the problem is all of those things I just mentioned require Zombie to help out at some point.
Like, currently Zombie is working on the most important project, which is fixing Duke Nukem Forever.
Yes. And then the other thing is that he has just been obsessed with Duke Nukem Forever over the last few days. Let's see, how do I get back to the bonfire? I don't think this is gonna go well. Maybe I should just use a bone.
Yeah, there's no way you're gonna be able to get back without running into some enemies.
I'm gonna use a bone.
If you manage to run past all the slug soldiers, there's a shortcut.
Yeah, I'll just... well... I'll use a bone. Well, let me see how many bones I have first.
11,
Yeah, I'll just
you
use
can
one.
use a bone.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't played the leak yet. I have seen... I have seen I think a previous build played in the past. And I'm gonna kindle this. Oh, I have some soft humanity. Awesome. And it had some cool stuff. I saw Zombie playing this current build, and it made me extremely angry because, boy, that game would have ruled if it had been finished and come out.
Dude, I haven't had much time either. I've only played, like, the lady killer, like, parts. Basically all the way down to the Vegas Strip. And there's just so much that are like, oh, this would have been so good! Like, if it came out. It's just like,
It's really, really sad.
There's like decisions, like, why did they make it so Vegas was in the daytime instead? I just don't get it. I just don't.
And like we've covered on streams before, I like DNF 2011 more than most people, I think. I wouldn't say I like it per se, but I thought it was fine.
Wait. Before
Yeah.
you go,
Yeah.
did you homeward bone to spend your souls? Because you're leaving without spending your souls.
Yes, I did. I'm gonna have to... Here, I think I need to pop a few to be able to do that. Oh, no, I don't. Okay. Let's do strength or dexterity. And it's kind of either, really.
Say playing the Duke Nukem Forever 2001 build is worth it, provided you understand that it is unfinished in parts, and that's going to require... I'm pretty sure there's a couple parts where you're going to have to open up a console and no-clip past a thing. Or like certain parts will be super obscure and you'll probably have to look it up because the triggers just aren't working properly. If you can get past that jank, then it's pretty cool. Like, there's a lot of like fun mechanics and ideas, even if it's unfinished.
Yeah.
If you're looking for something that's very polished, I would probably wait until the modders make it like a fully playable thing.
But I do like, to a certain extent, I like the Duke Nukem Forever that we got. Like, I think it's not great, and it definitely has problems, but it has some fun ideas and some fun parts, and overall I was fine with it. But, like, what were they thinking? Abandoning what they had, which genuinely looks like if they had stayed on that track, it would be remembered as, like, one of the great shooters of that era.
So I was, Zombie was linking posts by some of the developers who are still active on the forums, and it's actually an interesting story because it didn't happen where it was sort of like, oh, you know, we're restarting the project, throw away all your work, you know, we're just gonna redo everything. It was apparently it was a very gradual process where like they would be working on stuff and then it's like, oh shit, you know, we need to update the renderer or the lighting, and that would take like a year or two. And by the time they were done with that, oh damn, now our textures are like super out of date. Or like, oh shit, Half-Life just came out, or Half-Life 2 just came out with a review, and you know their physics looks way better than ours. So it was death by 1,000 cuts. It was just very much like constantly chasing this this sort of light at the end of the tunnel that kept moving back.
Also, something that should be clarified, as far as I know, like, people lay the blame squarely at Gearbox's feet for the released version. As far as I'm aware, first of all, they licensed out, or not licensed out, they contracted out working on that game. Like, Gearbox, I don't think, did much of anything on it. And second of all, that was, like, a lot of that is what 3D Realms made. Like, they didn't, Gearbox did not create a new game that's like, that was the Duke Nukem Forever that 3D Realms was working on.
It's very it's very uncommon in game dev for like one person to be at like the fulls of everything.
Yeah, and
it's very likely just like a series of things that like decisions that were made that probably had a lot of good intent behind them, but just didn't work out in the end.
So here's the weird thing: the DLC is not any better than the base game, at least from what I've played. I don't know why it has the reputation for being better. It's like, just like the base game, it's like, okay, it's fine. It's like a 6.5 out of 10, you know, FPS of the era. But yeah, I like release Duke Nukem Forever more. I think it. I don't think it's a great game for sure, but I think it suffers a lot from the expectations people had built up, and from them wanting basically what the 2001 build is, which now definitely makes me like released Duke Nukem Forever a lot less, seeing what could have been.
I didn't like release Duke Nukem Forever enough to really play much of it at all. But I played a good chunk of the 2001 build.
Yeah.
I guess it says something.
Yeah, the best part of the released version was all of the interactivity.
Yeah, which is in there in 2001. The amount of things that you can interact with, and like, here's an example. I was in the casino level last night, and there's slot machines, and you would think, okay, it's it's an FPS with interactables. The slot machines are going to be like you pull the lever and like the fucking symbols move. This shit has, you can put 1 or 3 coins in, and it multiplies like the reward you can get, and every single symbol combo gives you different rewards. So getting 3 Duke Nukem symbols in a row gives you like 800. If you put in 3 coins, it's like 2,800. There's like, and you have to physically put the coin in and then pull the like spinny thing.
That's
Like,
awesome.
There is so much thought, and there's a whole game for playing blackjack, or not blackjack, poker. You can play poker with all the different hand types.
Nice.
It's just like the amount of work that went into this stuff is like crazy.
Yeah. And they did have some of that in the released version, but not like I would assume they probably had to redo it from the ground up.
Yeah,
At that point. Yeah, I don't know. It hurts so much because not just because it's something we didn't get to play. We may get to play it actually. I mean, modders might work on. We can play what it is there right now. What I mean is,
The final version.
yeah, we may get to
like,
play a like finished version once modders get their hands on it. But like, what really hurts to me is thinking about what the devs had on their hands and like
Yeah.
what they could have, like they literally could have been mentioned. That could be mentioned in the same breath with like Doom 3 and Half-Life 2 and stuff. Yeah, just really sad.
Get that, Zach, but one of the things I really liked about the build engine was just how much stuff like interacted in the game world. It's not even just like, oh, there's a lot of fun stuff to like play around with, but it's stuff like, oh, when you shoot, you can shoot a light and it like blows out, or like, when you like this item can be set on fire when you do certain things. I don't know, it just makes it opens up your options and makes the world just feel a little more lively.
Also, I have maintained that I would play a Duke Nukem walking simulator, where it is just like I've said. Why am I stuck? That was weird. If it was just like the strip club in Duke Nukem Forever 2011, it's just that, but like for the whole game, that would be awesome.
Yeah, I'm one. To be fair, I'm one of those people that loves like the fact that the cockroaches scramble when you turn on the lights in Half-Life.
Yes.
Like that kind of shit is just, it's just, I just love it. So good.
So good.
It's just-
Half-Life
it's just-
is like the stuff they coded in that game and then used maybe once or barely at all is just nuts.
just stuff like that, or stuff like the bull squids being able to smell out like bodies and stuff. It's just so good.
Yeah.
I love it. Yeah, that's the painful thing that someone Silty said. They saw Half-Life 2 and Doom 3 and questioned a lot of things. That's the painful thing, because it would have been fine. Even if it's like graphically inferior to Doom 3 and Half-Life 2, the gameplay would have made up for it easily. Like, they would have been totally fine. People would have been like, this is awesome, it's fine. Who cares if it looks a little old? It's still a blast.
And the crazy thing is that, like, for 2001, that game looks phenomenal. Phenomenal. It looks so good for a 2001 first-person game. So, like, it would have aged pretty gracefully by the time release came around. It probably would have looked a bit old, but it wouldn't have looked like, you know, an N64 game. Yeah, I know it would have released close, but that's what I'm saying, is that, like, it would have looked fine. It would have looked a little bit old, and, you know, a couple people might have commented on it, but otherwise it would have done fine, probably, if they kept on that trajectory. Just crazy. Oh, I'm back here
Like,
now.
it's the big thing is that, like, it's fun, and that's, you know, a game can look a little dated, but if it's not fun, it ain't fun. Like,
I mean,
no one's gonna
heck,
play it.
Deus Ex came out in 2000 and looked dated at the time.
It looks even more dated than Duke Nukem Forever.
Yeah.
Like 2001. And like, Deus Ex is an amazing game. I still play Deus Ex to this day because it's so good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know what all happened with the development, though. I know I'm kind of going in circles in this. I'm trying not to miss anything. Like, I want to open up a shortcut, at the very least. Maybe you should give me a hint about shortcut placement, because I'm...
Go down these stairs. I forget how you got to the bottom last time. I think you go outside.
Oh,
and then...
hello.
Oh, hi.
Apparently they respawn.
Okay.
That was, quick reactions on my part.
Okay.
That's
so
the
what you're gonna
flesh
do-
man.
No. Go towards the flesh stuff and then run past them. Don't let them get up in the doorway.
Okay.
And then, yeah, go back there. There should be a door around this area.
Here?
Yes.
Deus Ex didn't click for you. Okay, so sometimes when people play Deus Ex, it doesn't work for them because they think that they're playing a game where you can play it like an FPS or like a stealth game when it's not really that. Like if you try to play Deus Ex like a FPS, you're gonna have a bad time.
Yeah, it's you really have to appreciate the amount of options rather than thinking that, like, oh, you know, the combat's gonna feel good, or the stealth is really like fleshed out, because it's not.
I've
None of
always
them are very fleshed out.
Yeah, I've always thought of it more of like a open-ended puzzle game than a game like the more modern Deus Exes, where it's like, choose your path, go through vents, or go in guns blazing, or go sneaky. Original Deus Ex is more like you have problems and you have a whole bunch of tools to figure out how to solve them, including whatever skills you happen to have or whatever, you know, weapons or stuff like that. It's not really in the same way a like choose your playstyle sort of game. Like, you do obviously end up having to choose a playstyle because of the leveling and stuff, but it's not really like, you know, one where you're like, oh, I'm going to be sneaky ninja man, and or I'm gonna be like, play this like Doom.
This guy has the best outfit in this game.
Oh, I see, yeah. I don't know. I don't think Deus Ex is that clunky. Oh my gosh, that's an amazing hat. Like, which parts... This is so funny. Which parts do you think are clinky about it? Is it just the weapon handling, or... Ow.
That man is all hat.
Yes.
Ooh, that was a good jump attack.
Yeah, that
Nice
worked out
follow-up.
well.
Oh, I see. Yeah, coming off blood and going
Yeah.
right into Deus Ex, I can definitely see that being a problem.
Notched whip. Did I get his hat?
I think so. It's you either got it or it's somewhere around this graveyard.
I don't see it in there. You get it later.
Oh, you get
okay.
it later? Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Deus Ex is not a shooter. Yeah, I feel like the choose your playstyle thing is almost a meme at this point in a way, where it's like games will be like, play it your way. And Arcane does this in trailers and or in the Deathloop tutorial and stuff, where it's like, play the game your way, go in stealthy or go in actiony. It's just, I don't know, it feels like such a meme now at this point. Oh, that was pyromancy. Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it. I think for the era, Deus Ex feels fine. That's just what immersive sims from that time were like. Which I don't know. I guess oh, broken straight sword. I mean, maybe I'm not the best judge because I am really used to those sort of games, so I'm gonna go spend these souls before I lose them.
I mean, System Shock 2 and Thief have their fair share of clunkiness too.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't find them that clunky anymore, but I understand when people are like, this is very clunky, if you're not used to that kind of game.
Yeah.
For me, things don't start feeling clunky until we start getting down to the Arx Fatalis level.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. I need 20,000, it looks like.
Which, even though Arx Fatalis can be a little clunky, it still does things like the footstep sounds really well, which is very funny.
Yeah, they're super good. The footstep, the footstep like sounds for the different armor and stuff is just fantastic. Thief, I would argue, is the jankiest of the maybe not jankiest, but is the most like rough of the older immersive sims. Maybe it's either Thief or like, ironically, I think Deus Ex is probably the most polished high production value one out of all of them. Thief is so out there sometimes, which I love it for. Don't get me wrong. Should I do Vitality again? Might as well. Maybe I should... I'm gonna keep Endurance up just in case I end up wanting to use some other armor. Oh, you don't like System Shock 2? I love System Shock 2.
I've beaten that game many a time.
Yeah.
I mean, I think OG System Shock as well, but I kind of just think that they're different games.
They're very different. Alright, let's go fight this guy. No, I mentioned that earlier in the stream, that's one that I... let's try this, I guess. That's one that I picked up and played a tiny bit of, and I'm gonna return to it, once I get a chance. It seems pretty cool. I I played enough of it to determine it's not, just an asset flip. So that's a good start. Now we just need to see if it's, a fun game on its own.
So try and circle around these guys,
Okay.
because you're not going to be able to get them from the front.
I see.
Whoa, those fucking spears.
Yeah. Oof. I thought there would be cover over there. I was wrong. Okay, we're gonna reset. I'm gonna try something else. I played a tiny bit of Grim Dawn, not enough to know if I like it or not. See, I don't get this new narrative of people thinking Deathloop was bad. I know it's different. It's like it's more of like an action game with some immersive simness to it, but it was really fun. I don't get it.
This weird, it's really interesting because I think a lot of it is in contrast to something like Prey, which had the opposite.
The opposite,
problem,
yeah.
Where it was, everyone said it was garbage when it came out, and now it's like, oh no, the masterpiece that people didn't understand.
Yeah. I'm gonna try this out and see how it does.
So, in my defense, I've always liked Prey.
Yeah.
And I was very confused why everyone didn't like it when it came out.
Yeah, I remember. I didn't like it when it came out. Like... is Deathloop the worst arcane game? What is the worst arcane game?
I hate this question almost as much as I hate the, what's your favorite arcane game? Because that's
Yeah.
hard to answer.
Well, they've never made a bad game. But they've also never made a perfect game. So, Is it Dishonored 1? That doesn't seem right, but like...
That's fucked up because I think it might be Dishonored 1 for me, but I really like Dishonored 1 too.
Yeah.
Oh my god, these guys just obliterated you.
Yeah. Let's see what this does.
I mean,
Yeah,
Dark
Messiah
Messiah
is really good.
Arx Fatalis and Dark Messiah are the jankiest games, but it's so good.
Is that doing anything to them?
Oh, I think the spell, like, destroys weapons.
Okay. It's not really gonna help in this case.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna do much to these guys.
I'm gonna reset.
Yeah, the big thing about playing Dishonored is you kind of have to get out of the headspace of it being Thief, because the stealth in Dishonored is very different than the stealth in Thief.
It's extremely basic.
It's like the stealth in Thief is very hiding in plain sight because of the light detection system, whereas Dishonored, pretty much your only option is to get height advantage.
Yeah.
So like playing above all the guards.
Wait, how do I... Oh, here we go.
There's not really any option to hide in the shadows like Garrett can. Yeah, I mean, Hitman is hiding in plain sight in a very kind of different way.
Yeah.
That's like, built off disguising. That is definitely like the ultimate form of, it's weird, in a way that Hitman's not really a stealth game, it's, oh man, it's more like a, it's more like you're breaking down levels into, what permissions you have. Which, it is a form of stealth in a way, but it's different than like how you think of in Thief. Yeah, a deception game is maybe more applicable. It's so when like the outfits you get in Hitman are so funny. I love it. When you kill someone and you're dressed as like a big stupid pink flamingo, it's just so good.
So dare I ask what these guys are?
I'm sure that there's more extensive lore about them, but they're basically these. There's a boss fight in Demon Souls that's sort of like this, and these guys feel like they took that boss fight from Demon Souls and made them like these weird mutated hollows.
Hmm. Got one humanity. Must have been from killing one of them. And is sus.
Yeah, the hit sounds in this game are funny. I was noticing it earlier when David was fighting the Hydras. Like, they would make a huge slamming noise, and he would hit them with the spear, and it would just be like...
Yeah, that was something that was really shocking coming to this from Elden Ring, was because the hit sounds in Elden Ring are pretty meaty and satisfying, and in this they don't have quite the same impact.
They're charming in their own way.
Yeah. Oh, some humanity. Cool. Is this where I get... I think somewhere around... Ooh, Ring of Sacrifice. Probably never gonna use those. Where did that guy fall from? Was that around here? Oh, it was right there, right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Oh god, the Dishonored morality system I've had too many arguments about.
Best improvement in Death of the Outsider. Getting rid of that stupid thing.
Removing it.
Yep.
I would believe they're trying to do like a super crazy 4D chess gameplay game dev move and be like, do you play boring but merciful or Hitler but actually fun, if the marketing wasn't completely designed around you murdering everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can't do that like, oh, we're trying to make a message about our game, about the choice of power or not abusing power or using power, and then also make your trailers look like you're playing Dark Messiah, like on steroids.
Yeah, and also like you kind of have to recognize the reality of making a game when you do that. You can't just be like, oh yeah, you can like, if they made a game like this works in Deus Ex fine for a number of reasons. First of which is because it's not really like mechanically enforced, it's just part of the story. But like sneaking or shooting things up or whatever in Deus Ex, they're not necessarily satisfying on your own. So it makes sense to have them be a moral decision. Oh boy.
Yes, but
yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say like that works, but the bone things. But the problem in Dishonored is that playing sneaky and like ghosting in Dishonored is not fun. Playing a murderous asshole is like extremely fun and satisfying because the entire gameplay loop is designed around it. So like oh jeez, these guys. What they're asking of you is that like you it's not you to make a moral decision. It's you to be like, do I want to not have fun with this game in exchange for like feeling better about this, fake story and fake characters. Anyway, what you're gonna say, Dylan?
I was gonna say the since Suo said Undertale did it really well. It's the problem is not the idea of like making a game that pacifism versus aggression.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is the way it's executed in Dishonored. Like, Undertale didn't sell you on this gameplay experience of if Undertale was marketed more like Hotline Miami, then it would be a problem. Because it's like, oh no, I'm gonna be going in there and, it's gonna be like a badass action game, and the whole loop is designed around it. But Undertale isn't that. Undertale is like a game where you talk to people, and there are fights, but it's a much more sort of the play experience is more designed around that sort of pacifism versus treating people, just attacking people even if you don't have to. Whereas Dishonored, it is the fun part is stabbing the shit out of everyone.
It's like if there was a Doom game.
Yes,
And
with
the only good way, the only good way to play the game would be to like go through fists only or something. Like I don't know, it just doesn't work.
But you get penalized for killing the demons.
Yeah. I'm definitely not against the idea of trying to do like a game with a morality play element in it necessarily, but they kind of tried to have their cake and eat it too, because they designed it to be fun to play it the bad way.
Oh god, don't bring up Ludo narrative dissonance. I can't.
No.
The accursed term.
Yeah.
I think this is different than Ludo narrative dissonance because this is entirely. It's not like the fiction that bothers me. It's the gameplay that is.
It's actually the opposite of ludonarrative dissonance because the ludonarrative dissonance would be if you well, it's like Yakuza, where Kiryu has canonically never killed anybody, but then you're doing finishing moves where he's like shooting people in the head or like stabbing them with a katana and then kicking it in further, or things like that, or it's like very obvious that person is. That's ludonarrative dissonance, where it's like the narrative and the story are telling you different things. But in Dishonored, actually, no, the narrative, or not the narrative and the story, the narrative and the gameplay are telling you two different things. In Dishonored, they're actually they're in agreement. The problem is just that it's trying to do that serious morality play while having designed a game where you don't actually enjoy the game. I mean, probably someone does, but it's like the game was very obviously designed to be a stealth, or like a stealth action ninja murder simulator. That's what everything was designed as. And then they ask you to not play it that way to get the good. And Dishonored 2 was a little better about that, because at least it gave you more options for doing things the non-lethal way. And then Death of the Outsider was the best at it because it got rid of the whole chaos system. Yeah, Deathloop, just straight up not having it. or it's not straight, like creating a world where you could do literally anything and it wouldn't matter because everything just repeats. Extremely based. I found a secret. I really like Deathloop. Oh, jeez. Oh boy, Doom 3 shotgun.
Oh
Someone
boy.
brought it up. Oh boy. These guys are one of the most evil enemy designs I could
Yes,
imagine.
they're terrible. Yeah, I will absolutely agree that Deathloop has a terrible tutorial. That tutorial
Yes!
lasts years.
It's so bad. It's so bad. So interestingly, I probably in the past I would have said to go way back to what we were talking about. In the past, I would have probably said Prey was their weakest game, but now I would probably say Prey is maybe my favorite of their games. So I big switch on that end for me. Yeah, Prey is extremely good. My problem with Prey is I didn't really understand what it was for a while.
It's weird. It it takes a while for it to click with certain people. I think Dave ran into that problem as well.
I can't
Like,
remember. Did he play Prey?
I think he tried it before Deathloop and was like, I don't understand this, and didn't like it. But after he played it after Deathloop and was like, oh, actually, I understand this now, and it's awesome.
Yeah, Moon Crash is phenomenal. Is it a roguelike? It's kind of a roguelike.
Yes.
But yeah, it's a really good take on that concept of
Yeah,
oh,
it certainly takes
yeah, pyromancy.
inspiration from roguelikes, I guess.
Yeah.
There's actually, if you think killing the crowman is gonna make you feel bad, there's enemies that are gonna make you feel much worse killing in Gloomwood. One of the worst things about having Francis as a concept artist, and there are very few bad things because he's amazing, but he does this thing where we'll ask him to concept a character and they'll knock it out of the park. They'll make like an awesome looking enemy, and then he'll just start making cute versions of it. And it's like, why are you doing this? I don't want to feel bad about killing this enemy. It's a horrifying enemy. Why are you making me feel bad about it?
Yeah. It's evil.
Evil.
Ah! No!
Oh my god!
Okay, we are not going up that way. That way is cursed.
They just all way to the top.
That's pathfinding, baby.
He's
Yes.
coming up the ladder. He's coming up the ladder.
Yeah, someone clip that. Okay,
Yeah,
so I need to go back and it's 12:30. I need to go back and fight the Dignity Dragon.
Dignity Dragon. I'm so glad that's his name.
Yeah. And then I got an annex key, which I assume is for... Oh, where was that door? Was that down here? Yeah, is it for this? Yes, okay. We'll see where this goes. Brings me... Oh, this is a new area. Okay. No, I'm trying to.
Actually, the sound that those harpies make is pretty
Yeah,
nasty when they get summoned. It's like, what the hell is that?
yeah.
No, we're not doing a crafting system for Gloomwood. I would shoot down all suggestions
Ah!
of that.
Well,
Oh
I'm dead.
no!
Yeah. Oh dear.
Well, at least
All
we
right.
have a bunch of requests.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not even from the past the perspective of I don't really like crafting that much in games, unless, ironically, I really like Factorio, but that game is designed around crafting from its core.
Yeah.
For Gloomwood, crafting's not a very good solution because me knowing what pickups are in a level helps me design the experience very tightly. So I know, like, I have a pretty good idea when a player goes into a specific area what resources they're sitting on. And if I give them the ability to craft, it basically throws a lot of that out of the window. I don't know if the player has spent all their crafting supplies on healing pots, ammunition, that kind of stuff. So I don't really want to introduce too much stuff that messes with my ability to be able to fine-tune the experience for people in a survival horror-y kind of way.
And also, I don't think crafting really adds much in most of those situations. It does it like in something, yeah, like Factorio, where it's all, like the whole game is designed around that. But there are a lot of games where it's just like, oh, put in a crafting system. It doesn't really, doesn't really do anything except for create, it's like extra steps to you getting the item.
Yeah, plus I don't really want players having to deal with, like, they're already dealing with super limited inventory space. The big part of it is already like, oh, are they gonna be carrying? Oh, you're fucked again.
Yeah, apparently. Wow, that attack is nasty. And they just
and it died. It just jumped off. And then you're already dealing with, like, oh, what weapon am I carrying in my limited inventory space? I don't need to really add more factors for, like, limiting what players can use.
Honestly, I crafted very little in Elden Ring, and I don't think that it having crafting added anything. I think it would have been just as well for you to find discrete items or be able to buy those items. Well, you could buy most of those items anyway.
Yeah, there's so much, like, I did use the crafting quite a bit, and I still also agree that it probably wasn't very... I would have probably just rather buy those items, because there was a lot of stuff you could craft that I did not even touch.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't detract from the game at all, I just didn't feel like it added anything, and that's usually... I think that's usually the case with a lot of these crafting system implementations. So it's like it's not actually adding anything.
Yeah, there's no, like, interesting decisions being made that warrants having the system. It literally, like, oh, I'm just gonna go pick up every berry and thing, like, that I ride across. Like, how interesting is that?
I think it's probably very satisfying if you're someone who really likes hoarding a lot of materials in games. Whoops. And I'm down here now. Okay. Hello, dragon. What's that? What was that big door I opened up? Poke, poke, poke. That's what we're doing.
If your developers aren't on the verge of mental breakdowns, are you even making a video game? I mean, making a game is kind of its own special mental breakdown.
This is not where I want to go. Ha! Are you the other one?
I don't even remember the crafting system from Last of Us. I like beat that game and I don't even remember the crafting system. Like, don't you like use benches or something? I remember making a shiv. Okay, yeah.
Does it add anything though? It's like being fine, like not detracting is good, but I'm like, did it add anything that just being able to like find that stuff or buy that stuff wouldn't have? Oh lord,
That's
more of them.
interesting.
I haven't played any of the Last of Us games, so I don't know.
I don't personally feel like it added much for me. I mean, you also have to know, Resident Evil Remake is like in my opinion, the best survival horror game like ever, and
Definitely.
I think it's like item management is like perfect, and I've just never really. I don't feel I've never felt like a game that has crafting has like sort of matched it.
Oh, and I fell down again. Alright, Boyd. That was goofy. Okay, that's fair. You can't buy it. But, like, in that case, is there any reason that you couldn't have just... those couldn't have just been pickups? Or things you found in the game? I guess theming-wise, it works. It's like you're crafting this stuff. That makes sense. Okay, let's do this loop again. I'm getting tired. I do want to finish off this world, though. Hello, bird. This is genuinely a really cool enemy design. It's like very weird and unsettling looking.
I can get the implication that it's satisfying to make items, but I feel like I've played like 50 trillion games by this point, where it's like, oh, you can turn sticks into a, I don't know, spear. Like, I don't know, like how many times do I have to play this system and still not really find it? Like, can we at least get something new on top of it? Can at least be something different for once.
Motion controls.
Okay.
Crafting with waggle.
I don't. No, I'm changing my position back to just don't put it in the game.
Was not. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I'm just sort of tired of it being in everything. Because I'm kind of weird in that I really don't like hoarding stuff in games. Or, well, no, I shouldn't say that. It's that thing of, like, in, so like in Fallout 4, where, like, every material, or everything you can pick up is a crafting material. That's, like, anxiety-inducing for me. I hate having to pick up everything, and have it be in my inventory. That's like a negative for me. I think for some people that's, yay, Dark Ember. That's really cool, I guess. But like for me, I don't like that. So whenever a game's like, yeah, crafting, I'm like, oh no, there's gonna be stuff all over that I have to pick up, and it's gonna feel uncomfortable and to me. I hear voids. Okay, so we need to go beat up the dragon.
Yeah, and like I said, Factoria's. I love Factoria. I've sunk
Yes.
so many hours into Factoria, but it's like it's designed from the ground up around the experience of like not just making stuff, but the satisfaction of having an automation process make the stuff for you,
Yeah.
so you don't have to manually make it.
The crafting is like a catalyst for a puzzle game, basically.
Yeah. Whereas in like a, you know, in, I don't know, Evil Within 2 and stuff, which is another game that I really like. I think Evil Within 2 is a lot of fun, but that's another game where I just don't, the crafting just, you could replace all of it with bespoke ammunition pickups and health pickups in the game world, and I honestly wouldn't complain.
Yeah, they do give a lot of souls. Okay, I need to go fight Dragon Boy, which I think is back this way?
Yes, you go up the stairs.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, here we go. Alright, boy, let's do this.
Dignity Dragon.
Yeah, Dignity Dragon. I just realized something. Don't I have lightning?
Yep.
Wouldn't that help me out with?
Yep.
I'm gonna give that a shot. Oh, I guess I can't do it on this.
Oh,
Okay.
interesting. Okay, I guess that's.
Oh, I was trying to get my shield out and it wasn't working for some reason.
Because it counts as it's divine. Okay. Thou art of passing skill.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, that did not work. Ooh. His vomit does dignity damage. So, I wonder if here would be a good opportunity for the Black Knight sword. Does it... can I... No, I can't do it on that either.
No,
So...
because it's a twinkling titanite weapon.
Same issue as Elden Ring.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, our Resident Evil herb combos totally fine with me. Like,
Those aren't even
That's-
really crafting.
yeah, that's
Like,
that's
I guess they
that's
kind
like-
of are. Yeah, the
kind
gun...
of crafting that annoys me is it's the kind that like David's talking about, where it's you have to search everywhere for you know bits of scrap.
Yeah, or every
And,
bit of scrap you come across, you like feel is like, oh, I guess I'm supposed to put this in my inventory, and so your inventory is just this unmanageable, like, well, I guess you don't really have to manage it. I don't know. It feels bad to me. It is not a positive feeling to just pick up tons and tons of crap, or feel like I have to. Did his wing just fall off?
Dignity Dragon.
That's really cool. Huh.
Don't you think that games like Minecraft replace playing outside?
I don't know.
I don't think I'm qualified to answer this.
Yeah.
David, you're just gonna have to accept that you're gonna have to not get hit by the giant hand swing attack.
Never! Oh, good lord. Okay.
I mean, to be fair, I played video games when I was younger and didn't play outside, so.
I actually played outside a lot when I was younger, and didn't play as much video games.
Well, la-di-da, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, here it comes.
Just gonna Elden Ring dodge it. Oh, come on, I pressed
Maybe-
dodge!
Maybe if you had played more video games and less outside, you wouldn't have gotten hit by that dragon.
That's
claw.
true, yeah. I might not suck as much at video games. Whatcha? Get mediocre.
No, I played outside as a kid. I just also played video games. I don't know. I don't think video games have become like universally bad compared to like when we were younger.
Yeah.
I don't know, do your kids play outside a lot, David?
Well, they're a little young right now to just send outside. So
yeah, well,
when we
I mean, I figure you're not just like, you know, letting them out.
Yeah.
Dog.
When we take them outside, yeah. Lavender is extremely active. She's probably has ADHD, from what we can tell.
That checks out.
Yeah, which, I mean, both of her parents do, so it's not a surprise. Oh, I did not roll correctly, I guess. But yeah, she really needs, like, a lot of... Like, when she wants to play, it's like she wants to be, like, running around and, attacking me and, like, just being crazy. Yeah.
But your kids also play Minecraft, right? Because you've talked about playing Minecraft.
Yeah, we don't really do that
No,
anymore.
Lavender, sorry.
Yeah, Lavender, she got scared of Minecraft, so we don't really play that as much anymore.
Was it the creepers?
No, she loves the creepers. So Lavender is weird, I guess much like I am. It was the caves. She was scared of the caves. Even when I turned enemies off. However, this is the same girl that she has been watching me play whenever Evan and Johnny are over. We've gotten out Resident Evil 4 VR and are like doing the mercenaries together, and she watches that and is fine with it. She thinks it's funny because she was like Leon got his head chopped off with the chainsaw, and I was like, oh, I forgot about that, and I looked over and she's like, ha, we lost our head. I was like, okay. And then like we're killing the Ganados, or we're like shooting their heads off, and you know, the bugs are coming out, and she's like, we lose our head, or they lose their heads and then they get another head, but it's different. And she like thinks it's funny. But then Minecraft is scary. I don't know. Blood
Kinda
Shield.
get
Huh?
it. The caves can be unsettling sometimes in Minecraft.
Yeah.
Especially like the really large ones that are like expansive and
Yeah.
just drop off into darkness.
Yeah, they definitely have like a creepiness to them. She also has had a really hard time with movies of
Huh.
any sort. Hello?
He left a piece of his ass back here.
Yeah. She gets really upset with movies. Even like children's films. I don't know.
Huh.
He's
Interesting.
weird. I've always been really weird too.
Then again, I remember being young. Oh. I
Interesting.
did not know that could happen. We are learning new things today in Dark
Yeah.
Souls.
What on earth is going on?
You pissed off his ass. And
Yeah.
it stood up. Okay.
But it's like not doing anything.
I was gonna say that's weird, but then I distinctly remember being like traumatized from the truck driver scene in Pee Wee Herman's Big Adventure.
Large Marge.
Large Marge.
Love
I
Large
love that
Marge.
scene.
It's so
But, my
good.
God, as a kid, I was like, this is the scariest shit I've ever seen.
Yeah. It's not meant to be killable. Oh, okay.
So to get down there, I think you go down the stairs, and there should be a doorway open
Down.
in the tower.
Okay. An unintentional shortcut. Yeah,
As in
what's...
you can just drop down, I guess.
I'm gonna try that. Oh, it's a glitch! Oh, I see. Okay. Heh. I see. Not really a shortcut, I guess. I mean, I guess it kind of is, but like, it doesn't... Oh, hello!
If you die here, I'm
Bye.
blaming the person who told me to take the shot.
Yeah. Yep.
I was trying to lead you to these stairs.
Yeah. Oh, it's a
Okay,
shortcut
like-
if you don't have the door open. That's fair. Alright. Oh, Lord.
We are getting to an important milestone in this game, which is
Okay.
we're about to reach the character that has had the most Rule 34 drawn about them.
Uh-oh. Wait, it's not, it's not Enormous Cleavage Lady?
Somehow there is someone who is even more drawn by the degenerates of the internet.
Huh. Okay, so that guy just left. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Okay, what the heck? There he is. Hey.
What's he doing? He's doing this thing where, like, his leashing's fucked up. So
Yeah.
he's, like, trying to back up to his leash point, but it's
Alright.
like, totally not
Cool.
right place.
I'll take it. Large Titanite. Awesome. Yeah, something went wrong with the AI there.
Gwendolyn, that's a tough one. I think the one we're about to do has more, but Gwendolyn has definitely got a sizable amount.
This is ominous looking. I am totally not prepared to enter here. Oh, this girl. Is this the Rule 34?
Oh yeah.
Alright, I
Are
guess.
you kidding me? She's got a tail, dude.
Oh, that would do it! Yep, okay, alright. Yeah. That makes sense.
One of us thou art, if thou hast
She's got a tail and bare feet.
plunge
The
down
feet
from
dragon.
heaven and hurry home.
Plunge down.
If thou seekest I, thine desires shall be requited not.
Okay.
Thou must return it. This land is peaceful. But I beg of thee.
Okay, so why
So
was...
technically, you do not have to kill her. You can.
Okay. Do I have a reason?
She does have a tail drop.
Okay. Whoops.
Okay, you chose not to kill her.
Well, I was figuring not to. I did want to grab that item that was there before I...
Oh, right, there's an
so-
achievement too. Okay, well, it's whatever.
I mean, I don't have any reason to kill her.
I love the meme that, like, she says her, like, this land is peaceful, its inhabitants kind, and then someone cuts to, like, the bone wheels in the sewers killing someone.
Yeah. That was a really cool area. Can I go back? Or oh, hello. Or am I just done with it now?
Oh.
Let's get something fast out for these guys. Oh no.
What's the item they missed? Is it like an important item? I forget what it is. The Firekeeper has more Rule 34? What the
Whoops.
fuck?
Okay, well I guess we're gonna see if I can go back. There we go. Oh, that's the hat? Oh, well, heck, I
Okay,
gotta
yeah,
get
we
that
have,
then.
we have to go back to that.
Gotta get the hat.
I love the combo of people saying the glorious hat and the extremely stupid fucking
Cursed
hat.
Whoops, that was the wrong trigger. What is that? There it is. So it's like, whoop. I like the pokey sword. The Dark Souls 3 Firekeeper.
Yeah, I can see it. I can see that.
Yeah, her having a tail, absolutely, that absolutely makes sense now. The internet
Yeah,
do like their furries.
Oh yeah, Raya is definitely going to be a new top contender. People be like, oh my god, they added a scaly.
Yeah.
She has bad posture, just like me.
Ah!
Dude, the hollow gangbang.
Yep. Oh gosh. Ooh. No, I don't have any reason to kill her. See, she's just here peacefully. Heck yes! Hold on, let's look at this hat. There we go. Oh my gosh. Why?
It's a reference to a boss in Demon Souls.
Okay.
And it's important that it's in this game.
And it is clearly far too big, it says. Alright, I'm gonna stick with the hood. What was it, this? No, that's the Wanderer hood.
Light bulb looking ass.
There we go. I'm gonna stick with this for now. But I
That
do want...
stays on during.
Cert dominance. Yeah, thank you. It's like, make sure everyone knows that you can talk to her. Alright, back here.
Her fight is pretty cool though. She goes invisible, and you have to find out where she is by her footsteps in the snow.
Oh, that's neat.
Yeah, that's why there is a developed footstep snow system.
Ah, yeah. Even her height.
Even her fight has an emphasis on feet. Miyazaki. Where's that the link to the Elden Ring guide on Steam? That's the person's collection of every set of feet in Elden Ring.
Is that a thing?
You haven't seen that?
No.
If anyone doesn't believe me, there is a guide on the Steam forums of Elden Ring, and it is a photograph gallery of every set of feet in the game. I'm not
Wait,
talking
like...
just about NPCs. I'm talking about everything, every enemy, every single enemy.
Oh my gosh.
I will link.
That's
it to you.
madness.
It is madness. It is insane.
Okay,
They even got Turtle Pope's feet.
No, not Turtle Pope. Leave Turtle Pope out of this. This is a stupid fight. Here.
Yep.
It's less effective than I'd hoped. There we go.
And one of the top guides is Millennia's fight. Things that will help you survive another one of Miyazaki's bullshittiest. Some of these guides are just absurd.
There. Die. Turtle Pope doesn't mind a little blasphemy.
How to get scammed in Elden Ring? Why does this need to be a guide?
How to get scammed? Is it?
Yeah. Okay, I need to look up feet guide. Okay, yeah, the guide is called The Many Feet of the Lands Between.
Yeah, send that to me in chat. I'll take a look at it. Oh, there it is. Okay. Alright. Oh, wow. Holy crap. Yeah, it's just, it has the Queen Marika statue, Helig Tree statue, female player, male player feet.
The
Wow.
Solomon's feet.
Oh my gosh.
Crafted Scion.
So do you think, is that done partially as a joke, or is that person just, like, really, really into feet?
No, but I can appreciate that it also includes all the fucked up, horrible monsters' feet in the game.
Yeah. I assume foot fetish became a... Well, I guess I don't know, but, like, my assumption would be that because for those of us who don't have it, it's just, like, you can't figure out what is appealing about it.
That makes it even funnier.
Yeah, I think that's... I would assume that's why it's a meme. High effort joke. I would assume, right? I don't know. Maybe this wasn't the shortest trek back to Outfire.
No, but this actually sets us up to go to a new place next stream.
Oh, does it?
Yep.
Okay. I will rest.
Radigan has 6 toes, one for every day of the week. Does he just is his 7th toe on rest?
Yeah, some parts of this game actually still look really good.
Alright, so go left from here.
Oh, through there?
Yeah.
Okay. There it is. I have to clean this out again, looks like. Alright, okay, you guys will attack. I see. Let's see. But that didn't do anything. Okay, oh no.
Yeah, they're basically invincible from the front.
Yeah, I see that. Okay, that actually does okay damage.
Yeah, these guys must be somewhat weak to piercing.
I don't want to be in this corner. This is a bad place to be. Oh, 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 oh! Yay. Ah! Yeah, that's fair.
If this was Dark Souls 2, you'd be dead while you're opening the chest.
Yeah. Oh, that's a statue of Smo, isn't it? Oh, Lord. I should have known that was gonna happen.
I am 100% convinced that they made that a mimic just because they know players like you would try to run past.
Yeah. Okay, well let's do this properly, I guess. Ooh, that was close.
Nothing will ever be as funny as when you saw that it was a mimic and then you tried to rapier it twice and were like, okay, check that, and then
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, the color was completely different. I thought that meant maybe it was like an extra special chest. Well, I mean, it was. Yeah, it was an extra special chest. It was a death chest. Yeah, it does nothing. Okay. There's one down. This will be easier now that...
That's the color of Miyazaki laughing at players.
Ow. There we go. Now there's more up here.
Dark Spirit does do work on them.
Yeah, it really does. I have 2 soft humanity. Might be worth kindling at some point here. Oh, what is this? There's like a forest here. What
So,
the heck?
This entryway,
Uh-huh.
prior to you killing Ornstein and Smo, would have a golden barrier on it, and you would not be able to
Oh,
enter it.
okay. This is really nice looking. Like, okay, well, like, look. It's a little. This you can't see the colors as well when it darkens. I guess. Look at the shadows out. There we go. All right, Armor Pig. What have you got?
I mean, you know what's about to happen.
Yeah. I thought maybe I could. Ooh. I can't believe I'm still alive.
Might not be for much longer if you don't get behind him.
Yeah, I was trying. Let's try again. It is, yeah, the contrasts are very heavy, usually. Are those guys back? Yeah, they're back. Alright,
Just
what
run
time
past
is it?
them.
Yeah, that's true.
They won't follow the whole way.
Can you run between his legs? Could do this. Here, where's the... Oh, no, I can't do that. No, that won't work either. Eagle shield? Alright, we'll try this to see if it's better. Okay, well...
Oh, this
Bye.
thing is very strong against thrust.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Oh no. Okay, bye. Bye!
There is a bonfire in that room, but
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna
yeah.
let them decide that I'm gone and then go back down. Where's the grass shield? Grass shield is really nice.
Yeah, those kind of shields are always usually pretty good.
Grass crest. Ooh. Uh-oh. Okay, I guess we're fighting on the elevator. Okay. I hear the sounds of... Oh dear. Pathfinding issues, you... Oh no.
Oh, I just loaded in the other bore.
Whoops. Wrong button. Well, let's get out this, I guess.
Door stuck!
Yeah, this is a... I wonder if they're far away enough that I can activate this. No. Okay.
This is this is going bad.
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna try doing this again. Now go away! Oh, quit out and come back in. I mean, I guess. That seems like an unfun way to do it, though.
Maybe they're weaker to the fire?
That's true. Oh, I did not wait long enough. Let's just wait here and hope they do not know. Oh, bye.
Yeah, that hallway is a loading hallway for sure.
Yeah.
It has that C formation.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. Oh!
Oh no.
Rolling, rolling, rolling. Yeah. Uh-oh. Whoa!
Oh, you should have gone on the elevator.
No, I'm gonna try hiding back here.
Oh, he can't get here.
Yeah. That's what I was hoping.
Maybe try casting the spell now. Oh, that doesn't bode well. It's only taking like 15 damage.
Yeah, that's not really gonna work.
Just spam, yeah.
I believe we have found the Gouda. Can we do it yet? No, he wants to go that way. Come on!
You get stuck like your idiot friend.
Yeah. Maybe I can get him through here. Nope. Ah.
He can.
Yeah.
This is easily the stupidest way I've seen these two enemies handled before.
Oh!
It's amazing.
Yeah. Oh! Uh-oh. Here. I don't think he can get on here. So.
He's just walking away.
Look, I give up.
That's amazing.
That was hilarious. Oh, cool! I can have his helmet now. That was
So
great.
funny.
Now I can rest at the bonfire. So, what is this place?
This is, I think I'll tell you when you get to the top of the elevator.
Okay. Go back to the spear. Oops. Yeah, I need to clean all this out so I can cycle between things a little easier. Books and boars, yeah.
So boards and noble.
Borns and noble. Look here. Did I get them? I think I did. Let's try it.
These, oh, I mean that worked, although these guys definitely don't take much damage.
There we go. Oh man, this is a place of crystals.
Oh yeah.
Oh, good lord. Is this just Ray Lucaria?
Oh yeah. It's Raya Lucaria's predecessor.
Oh, okay. Oh, that was quite a leap. Ah, shoot. Alright, so we'll do this next stream, I guess. It's the,
Yeah, I don't know if it's gonna. I don't know if it already came up on screen, but this is the Duke's archives.
Oh, this is the archives! Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Oh yeah, there it is. It must have come up when I came in here. But do those respawn? I doubt they do, because they gave me an
No.
item. I am tired. Alright, that will be it for tonight's Dark Souls stream. And we will continue next time with Ray Lucaria Alpha version.
Alpha.
Alright, thanks everyone for coming to the stream. Thanks Dylan for joining me on the stream. I will see everybody later. Bye.
Good night.